The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Take it, we're there. Tampa City Council is now in session. Roll call, please.
Carlson, Vieira, Maniscalco. Here. Hurtak. Here. Goods, Miranda.
Here.
Citro.
Here.
We have a quorum, physical quorum.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shelby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of City Council and the public. Tonight is the 8th of December, and the public and the citizens of the city of Tampa are able to watch tonight's meeting on Spectrum Channel 640, Frontier Channel 15, and on the internet at tampa.gov/live stream. Now, members of the public may participate in this Tampa City Council meetings by either attending in person here at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard or virtually through video teleconferencing. Pre-registration is required in order to do that, and you need the appropriate device equipped with a camera and a microphone. Those instructions are available at tampa.gov/quasi, QUASI, and that's also available through the City Council's webpage as well. That being said, Mr. Chairman, I would like Council to please waive the rules to allow for the continued use of CMT.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed? Thank you. Mr. Hussein. Shall we go through the agenda, please?
Yes, sir. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. I'd like to clear the agenda. First, we have two cases that are related that are requesting continuance. Agenda item number 5, case REZ 21-07, and also agenda item number 6, case AB2 21-10 are related. The applicant is requesting continuance to February 9th, 2023. Staff is ready to go forward with this application today and have it heard, but it's up to your vote.
And I believe the applicant is, the petitioner's representative is here.
Petitioner is
I
here.
would like to, but here's what I would also like to do. May I have a motion to open the public hearings? Thank you very much. We have a motion made by Councilman Good, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor say aye.
Those items 1 through 5.
Yes.
No to 4.
Would the petitioner like to come forward? And these are for Councilman Good.
How many times he's been continued?
I'd like to hear the petitioner, if I could,
No, I
please.
asked how many times has it been continued?
And I'd like to ask the petitioner first, then we can ask the petitioner. Petitioner, please.
Also, Mr. Chairman, move items 5 through 17. Also.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Petitioner, please.
Do I need to be sworn in?
Is this quasi-judicial?
Yeah.
Yes,
This
please.
this is as to the continuance, Mr. Chairman.
Ask for the continuance. Let's get this over with now, please. Anyone who's going to be giving any type of testimony tonight. I'll say it one more time. Anybody who's going to be giving any type of testimony tonight, please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, petitioner.
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini. I'm representing the applicant on items number 5 and 6. And we're requesting a continuance to February, and that date was given to us by the staff as a possible continuance date. Neither my civil engineer nor my transportation engineer are available this evening. They are not in attendance. We've been working on parking matrices and what is required for the parking for a relatively small addition to an existing restaurant. And we need the time to complete those discussions. And that's the earliest date that they had available. And to answer Mr. Councilman Goods' question, it was continued once before. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. We revised site plans. The city asked us that they would not accept them in the format that they were in. So basically, we'd like to request a continuance so we can finish that up, make the proper revisions to those plans, and that would be the last time that we'll ask for a continuance.
Mr. Shelby.
Yes, thank you. And if I could just,
I'll come back to you, Councilman Goods.
If
Mr.
I-
Shelby.
if I can, just for council's edification and for clarification with regard to continuances or when they were previously set, if you take a look at the item numbers throughout the night, you'll see that this one, for instance, is a continued public hearing, and it states the dates. If you look at number 5 and number 6, it'll tell you the dates that they were first put on the agenda and then continued to.
Councilman Goods.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's why I wanted to hear from staff before I heard from Mr. McElhaney. Zane, will you tell me how many times have these items been continued for the record, please?
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. These two cases have been continued twice, once on February 24th, 2022, and once on June 9th, 2022.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, and this is file number REZ 2107. So this was at the beginning of the year when it was first filed, correct?
Yes, sir. That was originally continued because of the staff was on the COVID protocols, and we didn't have an opportunity at that point. I stand corrected if it was twice. I thought it was once that we'd continued. However, we did continue to work with the neighborhood association. We did continue to work with the adjacent property owners, and we have found as recently as this week that we still have issues with both. I'd like to have that opportunity to continue those discussions and come back to you, and as I said, we would not be requesting another continuance.
Is there anyone in council chambers that wishes to speak to the request for continuance only? Just to the request of the continuance only. Forward, please form a line on my left, your right, and ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, let's try and avoid repeating what the person in front of you said. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Annalise Meyer. I live on Bristol Avenue. I'm within the 200-foot notification zone of this petitioner. Yes, Mr. McElhaney did meet with a few of us January of last year. This petition was filed in December of 2020. There has been no re-notification, which is fine because we are ready to go tonight. I have doctors here in my neighborhood. I have other people who live within the 250 feet. I have people here from the village gate. We are ready to go. He's had a year to get his parking in order. There are several waivers here. We're ready. We have not had any discussions. Steve and I have had a few discussions about this, and we are opposed. We have been opposed from day one. I would hope that you would consider to let this hearing go forward tonight because it is hard for some of my doctors to take more time off, and we are ready, and we don't want to waste any more staff time. And if you need me to answer any questions, I am available. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before we start with the public with all the questions, Mr. Shelley, please again reiterate what is the rule on the continuance?
There is no rule as to continuance right now, Mr. Goods. You see how this has been continued in the past, and the question is whether the case is able to be heard tonight, and it's council's discretion as to whether or not it's appropriate. That's why you ask the petitioner why the petitioner wants the continuance, and you ask the public to speak to the continuance so you can weigh the factors in order for council to decide whether this case is ready to go forward.
Councilman Carlson.
I thought we had a two continuous rule.
I thought.
And then, and also, while you have, what happens if we say no, it goes forward tonight, right? If we say yes, then it gets continued, that's the choice.
Well, council has had policies in the past, and I've been working on, I've been looking to see what the county does with regard to the continuances. The county has a different process that we have in terms of the way cases are heard. But that being the case, there are times that council has put in the past the petitioner on notice that this would be heard tonight, but there is no standing rule. It's due process has been afforded. The petitioner was on notice to be ready for tonight. The public has been here from the time it was first originally noticed through the continuances. So ultimately, even though there is no rule, the question is whether due process is being afforded, and the answer is yes, they have a notice and an opportunity to be heard, and it's council's discretion.
Ms. Pointer, you wish to make a statement on the continuance, request for the continuance only?
Why does it take 2 years to figure out a plan? As long as I've been dealing with the planning department and the rezoning department, they are on point. They're ready to go. This is a waste of city council time. This is a waste of our resources, and we keep beating your heads against the wall, not my head, y'all's heads, dealing with this over and over and over again. And if I recall correctly, this is not the first time Mr. Michelini has ever come here and asked for multiple continuances. I would offer that it's multiple times, and I'm more than happy to provide that information to support the statement that I just made. But when do we stop making a mockery of our city council meetings?
Thank you. Ms. Bennett?
Hi, my name is Caroline Bennett. It is very hard to come to city council to testify. People make a big sacrifice to do it. Sometimes they have to take time off from work, they have to get babysitters, they're confused by the parking downtown, they don't like to drive at night. It is a sacrifice and it is a burden. And for people to show up when they show up, they only come when they feel very strongly about something. And for people to be here tonight, ready to go, and to say to them, I'm sorry, you have to bear this burden yet again, it's just too much. 2 continuances, now the 3rd continuance. The waste of staff time, we've discussed in the past how it wastes staff time. We've even discussed having a rule where so many days before the case is going to be heard, they can get a continuance, let's say 10 days before, 2 weeks before, whatever, with no questions asked, automatic continuance. But if it's closer to the date than that, it has to be an extreme, unusual reason. And I think we need to do that. You all keep having to put more dates on your calendar because there's just too much of this. So I am asking you to not grant the continuance. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers that wishes to speak to the continuance only?
I will be brief. I just want to state that I recently moved. My name is Barbara Centeno. I recently moved to Bristol Avenue. I'm learning about all this now, and I'm asking for no continuance.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Philip Coker. I am neighbors with Green Lemons and Daily Eats, and I oppose the continuance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers that wishes to speak to the continuance only?
Chair, we have someone on the public to speak remotely.
On the continuance. Thank you very much. Who's there?
Yes, I'm here. My name is Jane Simon. I represent Parkland Estates, which is the neighborhood adjacent to Bristol Ave.
Ma'am, 1 second. Would you please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
We oppose the continuance and we oppose the extension of Green Lemon, as was discussed by our neighbors on Bristol Avenue.
Thank you. I see 4 more people that would like to speak to the continuance only.
Good evening. My name is Connie Hayden McPeak, and I live at the Village Gate of Hyde Park. We are directly west of all of those things, the Green Lemon, the parking lot of the Green Lemon, and the eatery at Daily Eats. We're opposed to the continuance. This is the 3rd time I've come here to speak to that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name's Yvonne Forelli. I'm a resident of Parkland Estates. I've also opposed the continuance today. Everybody else is ready. I'm sure Mr. Michelini could be ready today, too. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Barbara Coker. I live in Parkland Estates as well. I oppose the continuance tonight.
Hello, my name is Kathy Woodard, and I'm a resident of Parkland Estates on Bristol Avenue, and I oppose the continuance. He's had apparently plenty of time to be prepared for it.
Hi, my name is Leslie Bell. I live on Bristol Avenue, and I oppose the continuance. Thanks.
Mike Bell, also on Bristol Avenue, 2 doors down from Daily Eats, and I oppose it.
Is there anyone else in chambers that wishes to speak?
Mr. Chair,
What is the pleasure of council? Councilman Goode.
move to deny the continuance.
Chairman, there has been, I don't know if the policy is written, but there has been in the past many years that we will give 2 continuance with no problem. But the 3rd one, there's been a lot of changes made in the department that handle this, and maybe they weren't up to what happened 10 years ago, 5 years ago. But the 3rd one would have to be renoticed.
I don't mind renoticing.
Well, that means we're gonna have to not continue this one today.
We're going to have to remove the agenda and start afresh.
I think there's a motion.
That is
There is a motion. I'm waiting for a second. Mr. Shelby.
That is an option of the petitioner. If the petitioner wishes to withdraw the application, the petitioner can withdraw it, or he can have it, if the council does not grant the continuance, then then his option is to either withdraw it or to go forward with it, or to just present his case as to however he sees fits. He has that opportunity. So what was the motion again? I'm sorry, sir.
The motion is to deny the continuance. Made by Councilman Goode.
It was a second.
Seconded by Councilman Carlson. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Maniscalco? No. Miranda?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Carlson? Yes. Goods?
Yes.
Vieira? Citro?
Yes.
Okay. Motion carried unanimously with Manis,
Not unanimous.
not unanimous.
5-1 with Maniscalco voting no.
That is correct.
What is your request now, Mr. Michelini? Do you wish to proceed, or do you wish to withdraw this from the agenda?
Oh, I need a chance to confer with the client.
Then let us proceed forward with the agenda review, and you can come back to us later. How's that?
Thank you. There's another item on the agenda for requesting a continuance, number 10.
Can we go through Mr. Hussein for this, please? Thank you. Proceed with your agenda review, please, Mr. Hussein.
Request, correct. I'll go through it. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. The next continuous request is agenda item number 7. This is case REZ 22-69. The applicant is requesting to move this case continue to March 9th, 2023.
Has this been continued before?
Correct, on September 8th.
So it's this will be the second continuance?
September 8th, 2022, correct.
What is the pleasure of council?
Well,
Is there anyone in the audience for agenda item number 7, REZ 22-69, that wishes to speak to the continuance?
Number 7.
Number 7. Item number 7, file number REZ 22-69. Anyone here to speak on the continuance only? Seeing none, do we have anybody online?
No one is registered.
Thank you very much. What is the pleasure of council?
Well, petitioner's here, he's got to ask for it.
Evening Council, Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. I do not like asking for continuances on any night, much less this one. We do need a few more months to work out a private easement with a adjacent property owner for this project. My client, Daryl Shaw, has been working with the administration on this project for a few years now. It's to hopefully create a SCIF office. It's a secure compartmentalized information facility. It's something that the defense contracting industry is really interested in. I think it's a good project. We've seen a little bit more time, so ask for your continuance to March 9th. I do not want to have to ask for a third continuance, I assure you that. So we're going to be prepared then.
Continue item number 7, REZ 22-69 to March 9th, 2023, 5:01 p.m.
We have a motion made. Councilman Miranda.
I want to bring you abreast, this will be your second continuance, correct?
Yes, sir, I
So
understand.
you understand there will not be a third?
Understood. We will be withdrawing, or we will present that day. I can assure you that.
Thank you.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goose. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed?
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. The next continuance request is agenda item number 8. That's AB 222-09. The applicant is requesting to continue this case till 3/23/2022.
Chairman,
Councilman Goose.
this is the first continuance, Chairman?
This case has been continued twice on September 22nd and October 27th, 2022.
Continued twice.
Ms. Coyle.
Good evening, Catherine Coyle, Urban Planning Innovations, 5312 North Swanee Avenue. I apologize for the address. It's true, this is our third continuance request. Looking at the dates, you'll notice that one was only a month apart. We, quite honestly, looking back at that, probably should have continued that out farther and might actually be farther along. The reality is we've met with 2 meetings with the associations. We actually have a public meeting that we're hosting next week at our client's facility, bringing both neighborhood associations in. We're looking for additional time as well, just to work through the issues that have been raised within the last couple weeks. So we are looking for an additional date to host another public meeting, late January, early February, so that gives us enough time past the holidays. We're trying to get through the holidays to give people ample time to come out, work with us on those conditions and items to bring back forward to you.
Councilman Goose.
You know, I like to be fair, Ms. Coyle, but if I do one, I got to do another. I just can't. I have to be fair. And probably tonight I'm going to probably put a motion, Mr. Shelby. We need to stop this. I don't know if there's a game being played now. I don't know. I'm not accusing anyone of anything, but I'm just saying that when I get folks who got to take off trying to get home at dinner time and got to come down here and keep coming down, that's not right. It's just not right. And the reason I'm upset because just one of my employees in the clerk's office talking about the parking garage and talking about how she's got to catch a trolley way down to Ybor. And I mean, so these kind of things, we've got to kind of correct here on the council level. But I'm going to move to deny this because this is going into your third continuance.
Second. Councilwoman Hurtak.
My concern with this is that all of these keep being asked for at different times. And from my understanding of this, the public already believes it's going to be continued.
We did send it out to the associations to let them know that we were asking.
So we're stuck because with number 5 and 6, they didn't ask until, it's tricky because we have some people here for that and some people not here. We need a rule. We need a rule of when we are going to stop accepting continuances. We need a time certain. And so this just we can't even get into actual work because we're trying to figure out if we should even hear something. This is really frustrating.
I'm just going by memory, but somewhere in my memory, there was a council rule that you had 2 continuous, a third, we'd make you re-notify.
I'll investigate that, and
And
irrespective of.
better ask the
at
legal
end-
department, maybe they have records of it upstairs, I'm not sure.
At the end of today, I'll ask council to make a motion for me to bring back something with certainty to the next regular meeting, after the 15th.
And that's the way we're trying to be. I understand that everything is different, and everything's also the same. But still, you can do it any way you want, still 3 and 3, no matter what the consequences are, there's 3.
I think that, I would say the only difference, and I don't know what the other cases are, is that we actually are trying, we're hosting our own meetings to try to bring people in, and we are trying to contact people and work through the conditions, and we've had good emails and dialogue back and forth, and we've attended a couple meetings as well, so we're trying to work through the conditions.
They're great people, they're great citizens, all of them, but that's what it's gotta be.
I understand.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I'm just gonna request that my aide Kelly start that motion, and bring it to me and we can workshop it while we're finishing up through the evening. Thank you.
Is there anyone in council chambers that wishes to speak to the request for the continuance for agenda item number 8, file number AB2-22-09?
I just spoke with Mr. Seal, who is the president of the Homeowners Association, or the Neighborhood Association, and he is on his way up here. He supports the continuance. They have been working with them. They are continuing to work with them on getting the details ironed out on this situation, but he's not up here yet. I just called him to verify this before I got up here to speak. So please take that into consideration.
Is there anyone else in chambers that wishes to speak to this continuance only? Is there anyone online?
No one is registered.
Thank you. Councilman Carlson.
Could somebody from legal or Marty explain what happens if we deny a continuance, so they have a choice of going tonight, or they can cancel the application? If they cancel the application, they have like a 1-year waiting period, or what's the rule in that? Can somebody clarify just for the public?
Ms. Feely?
Good evening, Council. Abby Feely, Deputy Administrator, Development and Growth Management. If a case chooses to withdraw pursuant to 27-150, it's a 6-month.
6 months, okay.
From the date of the notice. So I would assume the notice is them telling you this evening that they're withdrawing.
And it would be a new application altogether with
Correct.
new notice and everything, okay.
Correct. You know, the other thing I just want to mention is, starting the first of the year, we are having 1 rezoning hearing a month and 1 alcoholic beverage a month. We're not asking council for any additional hearings to accommodate this type of activity where an applicant is not prepared to move forward with a case. So we'll be going back to how we were pre-pandemic, so.
Mr. Seal, please, you come up to the podium, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. We're here
Thank
talking
you.
about agenda item number 8, file number AB2-22-09. The petitioner is asking for a request for a continuance. Do you wish to speak to that continuance only?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for making the accommodation, as Ms. Pointer alluded to. We've been working closely with the applicant as the Tampa Heights Civic Association and myself, Brian Seal, as the president, to further come to terms with their AB2 rezoning request. And so I am supportive, as well as other members of the association board, of this continuance so that we can continue with some public meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else who wishes to speak to this? There is a motion by Councilman Goose to deny the continuance. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Goose to deny, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Mr. Shelby.
I'm debating whether I should raise this, council, but another distinguishing factor between this one, and I believe that was brought to your attention by Ms. Coyle, is the date of the first continuance. This one was in September, as to the previous one was back in February. So that, in terms of we also have a rule that requires, unless it's waived by city council, 180 days to be able to have it heard. And that's to make sure these things happen timely. So I just wanted to bring that to council's attention as well.
We saw a motion on the floor made by Councilman Good, second by Councilman Miranda to deny the continuance.
Based on what the council just said, I'm not totally against if it's legally possible for the 180 days, because this is evidently something that's come out of the clear blue sky for the second or third time, but a lot of people weren't aware of that third time. So I'm willing to, at the 180 days, make it 60 days or 90 days, if it's legally possible. I don't want to do anything illegal to one side or the other side, to all be the same.
Councilman Goods.
See, this is where you don't have a straight rule, how it gets muddy. We just denied Mr. McLean. We just denied him. And now we're gonna go and possibly, I'm not, I'm a rules kind of guy. I mean, it is what it is. And I'm not gonna, you know, have my conscience, I denied this one man, and yet I let another group go. And the same things apply. Don't tell me about the days. The bottom line is, there have been 2 continues, correct, Mr. Shelby?
Yes, sir.
2 continues, right?
You could ask staff that. You have staff present, and they have the dates.
There have been 2 continuances, correct?
Correct, there's 2 continuances already.
Okay. So, for me, it's the rule. We had 2. I'm gonna stick with the motion, I'm sorry. But, you know, like Ms. Feely said, that's why we talked about this early in the year, making sure that we don't have this anymore, because it's putting a burden on this council. So I'm gonna stick with my motion.
We still have a motion made by Councilman Good, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Any further discussion? Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I agree with that. In the absence of a rule that provides exceptions, I think we should vote against any third continuance. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I agree, but in absence of an actual rule, the differences I see is that right now we have the neighborhood saying that they are working with the applicant, whereas the last large group of neighbors said that they weren't and that they are ready to go. So to me, that is the difference, and that's why I will be voting for the continuance.
Any other discussion? Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Goods,
Yes.
Vieira, Maniscalco,
No.
Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak,
No.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
No.
okay. We have
3
3 and 3.
If you're done.
So
Yes.
move to continue as requested by the applicant.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak, to continue this case, which is case number, agenda item number 8, file number AB2-22-08. Roll, 9, excuse me. Roll call vote.
Okay. Vieira, Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda,
No.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson, Goods,
No.
Citro,
Yes. Mr. Shelby, I guess,
we have 3 and 3.
Well,
Mr.
this
Hussain.
is,
Mr. Hussain, I'll come back to you, Mr. Shelby.
thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Zane Hussain, Development Coordination. So if I may clarify something, this case, AB 2-2209, is different from the previous 2 cases that were asking for continuance. This is within the 180 days, as in the last 2 applications that were asking for continuance were far surpassing 180 days. So that's the clarification, that's the separation. Something to consider.
I'm not a lawyer, but I understand what you said. But the rule to apply that is only for other things. When you have 3 continuance, you're allowed 2. And I'm gonna find that rule sometime. I remember that being on council sometime back. I'm gonna go see the city attorneys who were here then and ask them. because I believe that that's how it was. I'm not certain, but I believe that.
Ms. Feely?
Council, if I may, for just a moment. So there is the rule that says from the time you're set to the time it's in and out of 180 days. And I think what Zane is trying to say to you is that when somebody comes for a continuance and it exceeds that 180-day deadline, they have to ask you for an exception to go beyond the 180 days. So a lot of times you see those continuance, they come in and they're at the second time, and they, in addition to asking you for a continuance, they have to ask you to extend beyond the 180 days. And in the case of items 5 and 6, you have cases from REZ 2107. That was the 7th case of 2021. That started October 1 of 2020, when we went into that fiscal year. So in this case, they're working through the process, and unfortunately, I mean, it's the Heights, it's a very large area, it's not a single parcel, they are working. I understand, obviously, it's up to you, but within the rules of what we have currently in the code, it still falls within that quote-unquote processing time, which would afford them the ability to work through their case.
Does the rule specifically say that, exactly, that the rule says that you, within 100, you can do what you want 5 times?
No, sir, it doesn't.
Well,
That still lies with you. I'm just
No,
trying to give some
I'm not.
perspective to how long it's been in process and their effort to try to resolve it.
if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Miranda.
We're talking about the people that came down today to listen, to state their how they feel about a rezoning or one way or the other. So that means that those same people, now, and I'm not saying about this case, in theory, within 100 days, they could come here 3 different times and they have to come back again?
I completely understand, and I'm here and will be happy to work with you on the procedure that you would like to implement in relationship to the number of continuances. One came in at 6 o'clock last night for a case for today. You know, some applicants do afford the public and their neighborhood association additional notice when they are going out. So that might be something also council would want to consider when they look at implementing these rules, and I'm happy to do that. I just know you're sitting at the dais with a 3-3 vote right now, trying to figure out, and I'm sure the applicant's trying to figure out where we're going to go from here, because typically if it's a tie vote, it rolls to the next hearing anyway. So, up to you.
Yes.
I was just trying to
Yes.
provide that additional perspective. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Again, I'm very concerned because I know that Brian is lucky enough, Tampa Heights isn't too far away, so he was able to run down here, but I don't know that any of his neighbors are going to be able to do that tonight. From my understanding, they were told that there's going to be a meeting next week on this, and that's my concern, is that we don't have any of the citizens here who would want to speak on this. And that's why. For the other case, we have citizens here wanting to speak. Right now, I don't know that we have that for this case, and that's what concerns me. And so, yes, my aide and I are working on a motion to be put forward tonight to talk about this. But in the meantime, I just, in good conscience, I can't vote on, even if this came up, I couldn't vote because I mean, we don't have the people here. We really owe it to the people.
Mr. Shelby.
And Mr. Chairman, that's one of the things that I've been struggling with when I've been discussing this with staff and with legal about the continuances. If somebody thinks that they have a continuance coming up as a matter of right, then what happens is then that's one way of handling it. But in a situation such as this, after this continuance and goes to a second continuance, the problem that I have with the developing a process, which I think is necessary the way it's been set out, is this, that we have a situation, as Councilwoman Hurtak says tonight, that if the petitioner says they're going to request a continuance, there's an assumption there that this council will grant it, which in the minds of the public, which may preclude them from actually showing up. So whatever rule has to be set forth, it has to be able to be in such a way that, as it stands now, people don't know whether there's going to be a continuance granted, but there's an assumption on the part of the public that may keep them away from being there. So whatever rule comes up that says you're going to go forward, we have to, and not everybody is in the 250-foot notice area. Not everybody is seeing a sign, and not everybody is watching television as it's happening or watches the rerun. So whatever is crafted, we have to make sure it's fair and consistent because people deserve the opportunity to be heard.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of people waiting in the audience, so I think we should either do what Ms. Feely said and let this roll to next week, or we revote. Just in case we revote, can I ask legal a question real fast? Ms. Wells, maybe. Is Ms. Feely and Zane talked about the 180-day rule. Is that sufficient to differentiate these cases so that, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
That's all right.
So that they're legally different. Can we make that a differentiation, a point of differentiation?
Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. I mean, it certainly is a distinction between the two cases. And if council feels that that's a significant enough distinction to treat them differently, then you certainly can rely on those facts.
Councilman Goods.
I'm not seeing this distinction. Give me the distinction, because if I'm Mr. Michelini and I'm here, I mean, I want to know the clear distinction, because I don't see it. So if I go ahead and I go with what Chairwoman Hornbeck is saying, the community, because I'm a community guy, and I go ahead and say, I'm going to support this for the continuance. You're the city attorney, so now tell me, am I going to be protected if this man sues us or sues this council because he said we were unfair? That's why I'm looking at right now.
I understand. Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. I mean, it's obviously difficult to predict what anyone might do as a result of council's actions. I think, again, for purposes of, Ms. Feely's statements, she was trying to help council if you were struggling with the decision of what to do with this particular case.
Mr. Shelby.
Where you stand now, council, is this. You have a 3-3 vote.
So it's going to move to the 15th of December. Which is it going to be, the day session or evening session? And then I turn to Ms. Coyle and say, Ms. Coyle, do you understand what has just happened?
What?
Yes, Catherine Coyle, for the record, I do understand what's happening, yes.
Thank you.
For reference, the code section for the 180 days is section 27-153.
Yes.
And that gives the time frame that a case needs to get in and out before council finds an extenuating circumstance. And that is, under code, a distinction between ours and theirs.
Then, Councilman Miranda.
If I recall, the 180 days, that was put in so that once you had the second one, to make sure that before you came for the third one, you knew that if you didn't work and present the case, you were going to have to wait 180 days before you could reapply. That's what I think I remember.
If I can respond to the 180-day discussion, that is also a statutory requirement. So that, I wouldn't suggest that it's in our code as a result of a rule that we've been talking about, which allows 2 continuances by right. I'm not familiar with that rule. I don't believe that rule has been included in council's rules of procedure. I'm not aware that it's in the code. I've not seen it. But the 180-day requirement is that for items that require a quasi-judicial approval, they must be heard within 180 days of the application being deemed complete, unless the parties agree under extenuating circumstances to extend that out. But that 180-day deadline commenced with the Florida statutes being amended to require that.
And just to add to what Kate's saying, Abby Feely, that includes cases that never get set before you. That allows us on our side, before it gets into your arena, if the case has been sitting out there forever and they can't get their stuff together to be complete or to be able to be set before you, that allows us administratively to move them along and withdraw them. So it occurs in 2 realms. It occurs in our side of the house and your side of the house as well, once it ventures into your side. But in your terms, when it comes for a continuance, and they're going to surpass that 180, they have to show you the extenuating circumstances as to why they need that. That is in the code.
All right, Mr. Shelby, we're at a 3-3 tie.
Yes, and here's the rule, that's Rule 6H. This is what it states presently. If a rule, if a motion in a quasi-judicial matter fails to receive at least 4 votes, the motion fails. And if another motion in order is not made, the public hearing shall be automatically reopened and continued to a time certain at the next regularly scheduled council meeting. And the next regularly scheduled council meeting, unless the motion changes it, would be the day meeting of the 15th. So that is what the rule presently states. So is there another? I'm sorry.
I do apologize to you. So this means this case will be heard, first agenda item on the 15th.
Well, not necessarily, depending on what the motion is made. If there's a motion that wants to set it to a specific date or time certain, then it can do that in lieu of, and the motion is in order. It doesn't have to be heard. It doesn't necessarily have to be heard. And there was another motion that was made. So it could be a motion to reconsider, or it could be a new motion, however you want to look at it. What does council wish to accomplish?
Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. I'd like to make a motion again to continue this item because, and as Councilwoman Hurtak mentioned, the public is aware, the neighbor is aware that this may not be heard tonight. I think Mr. Steele may be the only person here, or I don't know if there are others, but they were made aware of this, and it wouldn't be fair, in my opinion, to hear this case tonight with so many people, members of the public, thinking that it would be continued and them not being here tonight. So my motion would be to continue this item. And I know we're at a stalemate, but it's the only logical thing to do and fair thing to do.
And did you want to ask the petitioner for a date for that purpose?
Do you have a date
To make it
specific?
part of your motion?
As part, Catherine Coyle for the record, it would be March 23rd, 2023, 5:01.
March 23rd, 2023 at 5:01 p.m.
That was our original request, yes.
Yes, ma'am. And that is my motion.
And is it also part of your motion then, this being the third continuance, that would be the final continuance? Is that part of your motion as well, or not? Or we'll have may have a rule in time?
We're fine with that stipulation for
Fine,
the
then it's a
record.
final continuance. There will be no continuances at March 23rd. So this is it.
Councilman Carlson, did you have something you wanted to add?
I want to ask staff, where's Ms. Johnson? Or Ms. Feely, right now we're within the 180 days on this case. Will March 27th be within the 180 days?
No, it will not. March 23rd will be beyond the 180
Okay,
days.
my vote will still be no.
I think February 23rd would be the one before that.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco. Do we have a second?
Question, Mr. Chairman, and the question is for staff. Does that mean that part of this motion is actually a request? Is it an action of council, or is it by a motion or a request of the petitioner or the applicant that the waiver of the 180 days is part of that motion? Is that contained within the motion? Is that required to be contained within the motion? It is.
Abby Feely, yes. If they're asking for a date beyond the 180, they would need to tell you the extenuating circumstances for your consideration in granting that.
And I believe Ms. Coyle did have some, but I don't know if she wants to add anything to the record.
We didn't have a second.
Oh.
Motion just died. Councilwoman Hurtak.
So we have a 3-3. We didn't go either way. So now this just moves to the 15th.
Unless there's another motion that.
Okay.
It moves to the 15th. Is it going?
I would like to move that
Then this will appear on the schedule for December 15th morning, first agenda item.
Well, that's what I was gonna ask actually, is if the motion doesn't pass and we move forward with the hearing, the public has to understand that as well, and they're not used to coming in the morning for an alcohol case. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Does the, excuse me for just a minute.
Quickly, Mr. Shelby.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the only concern that I have is if this is a first reading, does not, per the code, the first reading have to take place in the evening? pardon. I just want to be clear that in terms of, one of the meetings has to be at night under chapter 27.
Correct, but it's typically before you do first reading, so,
Would it be appropriate then, under your rules, you could make this for the night meeting as well, on the 15th, as opposed to the day meeting? That motion could be in order too, if that's council's pleasure. That would allow the public to be able to, or, no, let me just leave it there. This is not going to work out well.
Democracy at work. Democracy at work, that's what it is.
Yes, sir.
I would like to make a motion that this be heard on the 15th, the first agenda item in the evening session.
Second.
We have a motion from Chairman Cedros, second from Councilwoman Hurtak. Roll call. What? Yes? Yes, ma'am?
The case is being heard on the 15th, or just the 3-3 vote?
The case.
Do you not have to resolve the 3-3 vote?
We already had a tie on both.
So that carries forward. That was the whole point of it carrying forward to the 15th during the day, correct?
Yes, but now that motion died on the 3-3 as well.
Yeah, but I think what she's saying, but what she's saying is that when it comes back on Thursday night, then she can ask for a continuance again, and then we have 7 people and we'll vote. No? That's not,
Oh.
No, we just hear the case on the 15th. That's what I understand. So we have a motion from Chairman Cedros, second from Councilwoman Hurtak. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman and members of council, may I make a recommendation, please? Rather than have a case that's meant to be heard in the evening and a neighborhood meeting scheduled for, what day is this? The day before.
On the 14th.
That on the basis of what you've heard from staff and on the basis of the council discussion, that you choose a date and time, and if you find it is within the 180 days, it is past the 180 days, that be as a waiver. I cannot see how this case can be properly heard. This motion really, frankly, under Rule 6H, and we really have to hash this out, because this motion is really not intended to be able to reset a whole hearing and put it during a day meeting, a hearing especially such as this. So my recommendation, council, is to make a motion to reconsider to a date and time on the basis of the fact that staff's distinction between this case and the previous case, I believe they are distinguishable on several accounts, and either way, I believe due process is able to be afforded, and there's an opportunity for people to make their case.
I will withdraw my motion, Councilman Maniscalco.
Would January 12th fall in the evening session within the 180 days?
The other thing too, we went to the end of March because, as Ms. Feely mentioned, there was a firm rule, I guess, starting in 2023 that alcohol was only the second meeting. So that's why we were requesting the second meeting. We can certainly do February if you'd like.
January 26th?
January would be too soon, only because we're trying to hold additional meetings and we're trying to get away from the holidays.
How about February 9th? Does that fall within the 180 days?
That's not
I can't answer whether it does, but that's a rezoning night,
Ms.
not
Feely, would
alcohol.
you know? This is an evening session,
We would
land
need it to be
rezoning.
23rd, though.
So it has to be 23rd.
February 23rd would be the alcoholic beverage night for February.
And that falls within the 180 days?
I'm gonna have to check that for you, but you have the
Yes,
right
it
to
does.
waive that 180.
Well,
But
then I would like to make a motion that we continue this for February 23rd at 5:01 PM. And that's the motion.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco. Mr. Shelby.
Thank you, and this will be my last time interrupting. I thank you for being the privilege of being recognized, Mr. Chairman. That would also include then the waiver of the 180 days, and it would also be, this would not.
I think it falls
This is
within
within
the
the
100.
This is within the 130, and this will be the third continuance, is that
The
correct?
third and final continuance.
Thank you.
Final continuance. Final continuance. February 23rd at 5:01 PM.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco. Is there a second? Motion fails.
All right, I give up.
Excuse me, failed to be seconded.
Chairman,
Councilman Miranda.
I thought I had heard evidence today that they were so close to working together. The great leader of his neighborhood came up and said that they were very close, and that, I'm not trying to put words in anybody's mouth, but I think that's what I heard. So why is it we gotta go so far down if they were so close?
Ms. Coyle, do you want to say anything to that?
Ms. Coyle, Catherine Coyle again for the record. Again, what we're trying to accommodate is the holiday season. People tend to go out of town. We were trying to hold another meeting beyond the one next week towards the end of January. And then in the beginning of February, we also want to be able to attend their neighborhood meetings as well, the monthly meetings. That's why we were asking for March, honestly, to get enough time to make sure we got to each group. That's, again, why they're not here in droves, because we're trying to work with them. And just to put it on the record, the staff report finds us consistent. We're really trying to work with the public. We're not working against staff or any inconsistencies.
Thank you, Ms. Coyle. Mr. Shelby, who wanted to be recognized again.
Just that if council does go forward with this hearing tonight, then just a reminder that if it does go forward, you do have an opportunity, and the public does have an opportunity, to proffer evidence at a second reading and an adoption public hearing down the road. The downside to that is if it doesn't go forward, then there is no second bite at the apple for the petitioner in this case.
What is the pleasure of council?
3-3, I mean, there is no pleasure.
Yeah.
Has to be heard next meeting.
We don't have to take an action if it's 3-3, right? It just rolls. We don't have to make a motion.
Another motion, if another
Next
motion in
meeting.
order is not made, the public hearing, this is what you rule unless you move to waive the rules, and a supermajority can waive these rules. If a motion in a quasi-judicial matter fails to receive at least 4 votes, the motion fails, and if another motion in order is not made, the public hearing shall be automatically reopened, because this contemplates after a hearing and somebody reading the title, shall be automatically reopened and continue to a time certain at the next regularly scheduled council meeting. That is the rule unless you...
Which is the 15th. Said that.
Okay.
It will be the first,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Shelby.
No, if that's the case, council, all that we have to do then is announce when this is going to be heard, sir. And then that'll be it. That'll be the decision. But the vote will be in front of you whether to continue or not, because that was the motion that failed 3-3. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, that is correct.
And then what'll happen is it'll either be continued or it'll be heard.
Again, I had suggested on the 15th, either in the morning or in the night, and we went round and round again. Which is it going to be? The first agenda item in the morning session or the evening session on December 15th?
In the evening session, give the opportunity, as it's already an evening session, so 5:01 PM, first item on the agenda for the 15th.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
We did it.
Thank you. Mr. Hussein.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. The next item asking for, requesting a continuance, is agenda item number 10. This is REZ 22-65. They're requesting a continuance to February 9th, 2023. The applicant is here.
It's a hot potato up here this evening, council.
Yes, it is.
Number 10, we've been working with the neighborhood association and also with staff. We need time to revise the site plans. And the issue basically is that you have holidays, as others have already spoken to you about. The first date available that was provided to us by council was February. So we respectfully request you continue it till then.
Has this been asked to continue before?
No, sir, this is first request for continuance.
Hallelujah. Yes, it was, February 9th, 2023. Is that correct?
Move to
Yeah.
continue.
Yes, sir.
Is there
501.
anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to the continuance only for agenda item number 10, file number REZ 22-65? Anyone? Is there, Mr. Seal, are you coming up for, say anything about the continuance only?
Yes, sir. Brian Seal. I've been sworn, President of Tampa Heights Civic Association. I personally support the continuance. The board has not taken a vote on this, but when I learned of it, I support the continuance as well, as long as applicants willing to continue meeting with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers? Do we have anybody online?
No one is registered.
Thank you. I believe we have a motion made by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Miranda, to continue agenda item number 10, file number REZ 22-65 to February 9th, 2023. All in favor say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed?
Thank you, council.
Thank you. Mr. Hussein.
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. The next request for continuance is agenda item number 13, case REZ 22-110. The applicant is requesting to continue this case to January 12th, 2023, and the applicant is present.
Mr. Hudson.
Good evening, Council. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. This is our first. It will be our last continuance request to January 12th, 2023.
Have you asked for continuance before?
No, sir. This is our first, and it will be our last.
Thank you very, very much. Do I hear a motion for continuance? Motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Goods. I will do that in 1 second. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak to the continuance only on agenda item number 13, file number REZ 22-110? Seeing none, do we have anybody online?
No one is registered.
Thank you very much. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Thank you.
Next item on the agenda to clear, there are 2 missed notices that cannot be heard today. First, item number 16 on the agenda, case REZ 22-102.
Move to remove.
Motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
The next item that cannot be heard due to missed notice is agenda item number 17, case REZ 22-111.
Move to remove.
Second.
Motion to remove by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed?
Now, the applicant, Tyler Hudson, is here asking for agenda item number 14, case REZ 22-115, to be heard with agenda item number 4 on the agenda due to being related projects.
What is the pleasure of council?
That's fine. Second.
Motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Thank you.
And for clarification, that's to move up item 16?
Let's
Follow
move
number
up
4?
item 14
14.
to 4.
4.
Or to be heard after 4.
Thank you.
Correct.
Now, council, I also have a memo that has been sent to me from Ms. Feely asking that we hear agenda item number 2 first.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Is there any opposed?
What about 5 and 6?
Yes, I'm getting there. Mr. Michelini, have you conferred with your client on agenda items number 5 and 6?
I'm waiting on a reply. I've texted them, but I don't have it yet. But I just, for the record, we have been working very closely with the Neighborhood Association and the others continually. We haven't ignored them throughout this whole process. But I'm waiting on a reply via text.
Thank you. Let us hear agenda item number 2, please.
Good evening, Council. Kayon Henderson, Manager of Housing and Community Development Division. I believe there is a PowerPoint, just waiting for that to pull up so I can start. I am here today to present our Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, also known as our CAPER. This goes over our federal funds that we receive annually. We come before you and we talk about our action plan and what we plan to do with the funds, and so we just want to come at the end to show what we actually have done with the funds and show how many families and what we've done throughout the year. So the CAPER is due to the federal government every December. It's due December 30th, so we start our planning process in about October to make sure that we get the report. It's due 90 days after the fiscal year ends. It discussed how we have met the goals, how we've met the objectives. We pretty much call it our report card of what we've done for the actual year. So it just kind of goes through and shows what the percentage is that we've fully met, how many families we've met in each category, and so we just want to go through each one of them to show you. So this is a little bit of the timeline of what it takes for us to get from the planning phase to what we actually submit to HUD. We get final reimbursement payments from the subrecipients. At that point, we will have really what those beneficiaries are that we've served for the year. We update IDIS, which is the system that we use to report all the federal funds that we receive. We have to submit all the year-end financial statements. We have to draft this plan for the public review. It's about a 50-page document to make sure that the public has a chance to review it and make comments on it also about what we've done for the year. We've set the public hearing. We have the public hearing, the public comment period for 15 days, which started December 1st and ends December 15th. And so we're here for the public hearing, and then any comments that we receive, whether it's today, it could be written, it could be mailed in, or called to us, that happens to be part of the actual report that we submit to HUD. So here we have a little bit of the resources and investments that we've received, and so we had some CV funds that were still left over, that's still in there. So we had about 3.1 million of CDBG dollars, 1.2 million that's in here for the CDBG CV dollars, 2.7 million for home, although home is not specific for homelessness because our allocation is so little for homeless services. It's about 250,000 annually. We take about 600,000 of our home funds to go to a homeless voucher program. We also have our HOPWA program, which gives us about $4 million. Our ESG program, it's about 375, and that's because we had some funds that were reprogrammed from prior year because we had COVID funds from other year, although we generally have 250,000, some funds were rolled over. And then our ESG CV funds, which was about 2.9 million, so altogether we spent 15 million of federal funds to assist individuals. So we broke it down by what we've seen and a little bit of the activities and the services for homeless assistance. So it just broke it down between shelter beds, what we've done for homeless prevention. So anybody who we could have jumped in to assisted before they actually became homeless, we were able to do that. The rapid rehousing, we're talking about those individuals who are literally on the streets and we needed to find them a safe place to call home. We have done some street outreach, so that was about 516 individuals that we met. So we were going out, that street outreach could have met diversion, that we reunited them with family members. And then the voucher assistance program that we had. So altogether, we touched about 3,000 lives for those individuals who were homeless. Our HIV program, our HOPWA program, it's Housing Opportunity for Persons with AIDS. It is the largest grant funds we receive. However, we have to administer it for 4 counties. We have to do it for Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, and Hernando. It's broken down also, and so we assisted about 1,700 individuals that were affected or infected with HIV and AIDS. Housing assistance, this just means it's our owner-occupied rehab program. This could be our down payment assistance program in any public services where we have jumped in to assist. So the public service could be whether or not we're funding an agency that does the housing counseling or housing search. And so for those, we assisted about 1,500 individuals. business development, because we still had some COVID funds, some CARES funds, we were able to assist some businesses, small businesses, to really help them, whether or not it was that they had a significant loss during the pandemic, or they just needed a boost to help them to get back to where they were. We did some technical assistance with them, and so we assisted about 238 businesses, and those were some micro enterprise loans and grants that we were able to give to those individuals. So for our citizen participation plan, it does require us to come before council, conduct a public hearing so that we can accept any comments. Again, it is in draft form right now because we have not submitted it. We haven't received any comments as of yet. We do publish it in the newspaper. We have copies at the clerk's office. We have copies throughout the city if someone wants to come and make a comment. And we also have to make sure that we have those copies available to stay in compliance. If someone does indeed want to make any comments, they can submit it in write-in. They can send it to my email address at kayon.henderson@tampagov.net. They can mail it to Lemon Street, 4900 West Lemon Street, 33609. Those comments are due to us by December 15th at 5 p.m. I went fast.
Any comments or questions? Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to make a comment on this agenda item number 2? Ms. Henderson, you're graduating this Saturday with a degree.
I am. Really? Yes.
Now, my question to you is, now that you have a degree in higher knowledge, you still are staying with the city of Tampa, aren't you? Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I will
Congratulations.
still be here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's it.
We have a motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor? Aye. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 1, which is file number E2022-8, Chapter 27, HPC 2021-04.
Good evening. Kamaria Pettis-Malco from the City Attorney's Office. Item number 1 is regarding associated with HPC 2021-04. This is an application that was submitted by the Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek and the Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. They filed an application with the staff of the Historic Preservation in order to expand the boundaries of the Hyde Park District. The Historic Preservation Commission conducted a public hearing regarding the application on August 30th of 2022 and determined that the application met the criteria of Code Section 27-257 and approved a motion to recommend City Council expand the Hyde Park Historic District boundary as proposed by the applicants. I've already provided a sample motion that includes Code Section 27-257. Code Section 27-257 is the criteria for City Council to use in order to determine what action to take regarding the applicant's request and the recommendation from the Historic Preservation Commission. Mr. Fernandez, the Historic Preservation Manager, is present to provide more information regarding the Commission's motion and the criteria in order for City Council to consider the request from the applicants. Also present is the Planning Commission, who will also provide additional information regarding their report regarding the application. And obviously the applicants are here from the associations, and they will present their request. Upon hearing all of the evidence, City Council can take the following actions. City Council can accept the Historic Preservation Commission's recommendation. City Council can modify the Historic Preservation's recommendation, or City Council can reject the Historic Preservation Commission's recommendation. And again, I'm here to answer any questions, but I will now turn it over to Mr. Fernandez for the presentation, for staff's presentation.
Good evening, council members. Dennis Fernandez, Architectural Review and Historic Preservation Manager. to get our PowerPoint on. I'm going to present you with a PowerPoint to help you understand the nature of the request in the area. First of all, as we begin this, I want to thank the applicants, the property owners, and the various organizations that have been involved in this discussion. This has been going on for quite some time, actually, before the actual official submission of the applications, and so we do appreciate their engagement even through the protracted pandemic period. Not getting anything. It's frozen. I'm doing the clicker. We have a little technical problem.
IT, do we have someone in back that could help with the slides?
There you got it. They've got it in the back. There we go. I will forego this first slide because I think Kamaria covered most of this. I want to begin by just calling your attention to the boundaries of the existing Hyde Park Historic District. You'll see on the screens that there are a number of colored lines that indicate different boundaries within the historic district. The blue line, which indicates the National Register boundary, was established in 1985, and that does indicate the original historic district boundary for Hyde Park neighborhood. The red line, which you see is a more contracted boundary, represents the local historic district, which was established by ordinance in 1988. The area within that local historic district boundary is a subject of the City of Tampa preservation ordinances and is under the jurisdiction of the Architecture Review Commission. National designation equates to a designation of distinction and recognition. It does provide some protection for federally funded projects. Probably the one that is the most obvious would be interstate expansion. Local historic designation under the City of Tampa's historic preservation ordinances provides for protection from demolition and also architectural review through the assigned architectural review boards for the city. A local historic district is a significant concentration, linkage, continuity of sites, buildings, structures, or objects that are united historically and aesthetically by plan or physical development. A neighborhood would fall into that particular category. And what the designation does is brings protection to the district's significant properties and the historic character of the area, while it encourages sensitive development through the architectural review process. Within the Hyde Park Local Historic District, there are 834 contributing structures, or structures that are historically significant, and 433 non-contributing structures, for a total of 1,267 total structures. That's buildings, or maybe more than one. It might be an apartment building, might be a single-family residence. The period of significance for Hyde Park is between 1886 and 1933, so structures built within that period could be considered contributing structures. Throughout the process of outreach with the neighborhood associations and the property owners, we've talked about the benefits of local historic designation. Those do include an enhanced recognition of the neighborhood's history and its importance within the development of our city. The empirical studies of the benefits to property values that local historic designation brings along with it. The access to preservation incentives, many of which you have become familiar with, such as the ad valorem tax exemption, which encourages appropriate preservation approaches. The architectural review process, which in itself is a more controversial component of historic preservation review in local districts, but does bring the assurance of thorough review for historic resources and a determination of compatibility for infill construction. And then I think one particular component that interests this particular area of Hyde Park is the enhanced public participation, which provides an extra layer of review for both demolitions and for infill construction to ensure that the character of an area is being maintained. For this particular application, as I said, this has been a very extended period of outreach and consideration. The applications were received in May of 2021 by the applicants, which are the two neighborhood associations that compose the expanded area that we've been considering. That is the Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek Civic Association and the Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. You see a number of neighborhood meetings which staff attended, as well as a number of updates and public hearings that have been part of the review process since the inception of the proposal. That does bring us back through Section 256, which defines the historic designation process, to this evening's hearing for your consideration. This is just a description of the neighborhood associations. You see that both the Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek Civic Association and the Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association are part of the proposed study area. Zooming in a little bit more in the area that we looked at, when the application was submitted, staff began to re-inventory the area that is situated north of the existing local historic district boundary line. That would be essentially De Leon to South Boulevard and up to Platte as it extends to the east. So the area north of that into the general vicinity of Kennedy Boulevard is within the National Historic District, and we felt it necessary to look at that entire area to determine what portion of that may qualify for inclusion in the local historic district. See the 1929 Sanborn map, 1931 Sanborn map with the local historic district superimposed over the area. This is a very important tool for us that the staff uses to determine the historic character of neighborhoods. This one's particularly interesting because it obviously predates the introduction of the Crosstown Expressway. The red boundaries indicated for the local district and the blue for the National Register District. The green box in the center is actually the boundaries of Dobyville, which I'll talk a little bit more about in just a moment. The construction of the Lafayette Bridge in 1888 made the area west of the river accessible to Tampa and promoted the development of Hyde Park. The area was named by O.H. Platt of Hyde Park, Illinois, who purchased 20 acres for development in 1886. Citrus groves covered much of the area west of the river until building its first suburb of Tampa prevailed. By 1910, large citrus groves, many owned by William A. Morrison and James W. Waltrus, had been subdivided, encompassing nearly 100 acres south of Swan Avenue, ripe for development. Also within our study area is a portion of the historic Dobyville neighborhood. Dobyville, named for longtime resident Richard Doby, was also known as West Hyde Park. By the 1920s, Dobyville was one of Tampa's primary African-American neighborhoods. The approximate boundaries extended from Gray Street on the north to Horatio Street on the south, from Albany Avenue on the west to Willow Avenue on the east. In the early 1900s, many of Hyde Park's African-American residents worked in the homes of wealthy property owners in the Hyde Park neighborhood. And on the west side of the affluent Hyde Park neighborhood community, they built a community of their own. With the help of Richard Doby, its namesake, Dobyville grew. Mr. Doby couldn't read or write, but he helped pen the history of Dobyville and of Tampa. At the turn of the 20th century, he donated land for public purposes, for churches, and for a school. Dobyville Schools began back in 1910 and was located on 307 South Dakota, but was demolished, unfortunately. The structure in the upper right of this slide is actually the home of Richard Doby. It's difficult to talk about this area without recognizing the impact of the Crosstown Expressway upon its current configuration. See a photo that kind of shows the area where the Crosstown would have been introduced in 1957. Within the Hyde Park Historic District, this serves as somewhat of a demarcation line. You see just a transition of slides beginning in 1975 as the development of the Crosstown Expressway began. There's a number of structures, unfortunately, that were lost during this expansion, and then obviously a physical boundary issue which was introduced into the neighborhood. See 1980s aerial map, and then this is same manner basically that it appears today. Within the study area, there's a number of architectural styles that exist. We have craftsman structures, Spanish eclectic, Florida vernaculars, and folk Victorians. These are evident throughout the study area in high quality examples. While some of these structures are represented within the existing collection of historically designated structures of the Hyde Park Historic District, many of these are unique, particularly those that are located within the Dobyville section of the proposed expansion area. This is the original 1985 study map for the creation of the National Register Historic District. At that time, within the area that you see proposed within the blue line, there were 239 contributing structures and 103 non-contributing structures. You can see those numbers change dramatically as we go through the presentation. One of the factors that the staff has recognized has promoted demolition within the area is an intensity of zoning classifications, many of which are multifamily classifications, which are situated beneath single-family type residence, most of those historic residents within the period of historic significance. As a result, there's been a number of demolitions, even since we started this study. You see some of the structures that were demolished within this neighborhood area because they lacked local historic district protection. These are the type of projects that we're seeing infilled into the area. There's single family, multifamily, and attached single family as well. Focusing in on the area that was studied, you see the different colors that represent the segments that were looked at by the staff. The green area above the Crosstown Expressway north had been significantly impacted by infill development and demolition. The numbers of contributing structures there are at 40%, with only 23 structures being classified as contributing and 34 being non-contributing. The purple area, which is east of Hyde Park Avenue towards Bayshore Boulevard, only has one contributing structure in it. So there was in trying not to overreach for a proposed area to concentrate preservation efforts in, the area within the TAN was identified. That area has 100 contributing structures and 112 non-contributing. That does equate to a 47% contributing status. It's worthy to note that the proposal does not extend to establishing an independent local historic district, but to expanding the local district boundaries to encompass this area up towards the Crosstown Expressway. As I said at the beginning of the presentation, the local historic district does have 834 contributing and 433 non-contributing structures. That calculation equals a 66% contributing percentage, which is a high percentage of integrity for a historic district. Normally, historic districts strive, depending on the type of district that it is, between 50 and 55%. Proposed addition of the area that you're seeing within that tan map that I just showed you adds 100 contributing structures and 112 non-contributing structures. In and of itself, that's a 47% contributing percentage, but when you combine it with the existing inventory, it results in a 63% overall integrity, which is still highly respected within preservation parameters. On August 30th, 2022, the Historic Preservation Commission voted to recommend approval to City Council of the local historic district expansion in Hyde Park as presented at the public hearing, based on the fact that the proposed application is consistent with criteria for designation established in the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, Section 27257. Hyde Park is significant as the oldest and best preserved of Tampa's early neighborhoods, with structures dating back from the late 1800s. The houses in Hyde Park are representative of various architectural styles favored by Americans prior to World War II. The area included in this expanded district features a greater representation of variety of the historic inventory of buildings that contribute to the built history of Hyde Park. These structures represent a previously underrepresented portion of Hyde Park's built history, particularly as contrasted with some of the grander homes that are commonly associated with the early Tampa suburb. Staff's recommendation this evening is that City Council approve the local historic district expansion boundary as presented in accordance with Section 27257 and 27257B for local historic designation, under criterias 1, 2, and 3, in areas of its significance as one of the early pioneer neighborhoods of the City of Tampa, with its association of significant persons in our past, some of those being O.H. Platt, William A. Morrison, James Waltrus, Kate Jackson, and Richard Doby, and then also for its architectural integrity, which I had spent some time reviewing for you this evening. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Maniscalco, excuse me, Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. First, I wanted to say thank you for this presentation. I know we received a lot of emails. There are a lot of people here to speak on it, but I just want to say thank you to those, because I know some are in the audience, many are in the audience. Thank you for fighting to protect this neighborhood, because it wasn't always like this. You mentioned the Crosstown. The Crosstown came and divided that community in the 1970s, I believe. And for a time, Hyde Park wasn't the preserved neighborhood that it is today. So I'm glad that we have leaders in the community that years ago fought for this neighborhood and preserving it and you know, keeping it preserved for future generations. You mentioned several important names, a lot of street names there, or a community center. Kate Jackson, family member who was a mayor. You have Peter O'Knight that lived, not the big Peter O'Knight house, but others have survived, who was a former city council member. Now the namesake of the airport on Davis Island. I could go on and on. I spent a lot of my childhood in that neighborhood because I went to school there on Swan. It used to be called St. John's Greek Orthodox. And I've seen the changes just when I was a kid, from 30 years ago to now. Whaley's Grocery and a lot of places that have changed and stuff. But at the end of the day, the character of that neighborhood, the residential architecture, some of the commercial structures that you've shown that are significant and important, going back to the 20s, going back to the late 1800s, on and on and on. This is a very special neighborhood, so thank you for that history lesson and presentation, because it's important that people see it and hear about it and know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other council members have any comments or questions? Yeah.
You said it all.
Let's go to public comment. No?
No.
I'm sorry? Then let's keep going. Please, let's keep going.
One more.
No pausing.
Good evening. Stanley Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. The Planning Commission staff reviewed the request and found it consistent with several policies in the comprehensive plan. The expansion would further offer incentives associated with being within a historic district, specifically to protect and preserve historical structures, which is consistent with land use policies 6.1.6, 18.1.1, and 9.2.3. The City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan seeks to promote the protection and preservation of Tampa's historical resources by way of preserving Tampa's significant structures. The city's quality of life is enriched by an urban landscape that shows the evolution of its rich history. Expanding the northern boundary of the local district is consistent with this policy direction. The local district boundary will continue to promote an appreciation of the city's rich heritage while also supporting historic preservation in the neighborhoods. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. And that concludes my presentation.
Maria Pettis-Mackel from the legal department. Next, you'll hear from the applicant, unless there's any questions of the Planning Commission.
Any comments or questions?
All right. I have an overhead. Hopefully it'll pop up in a second, and I'll talk about it in a minute. I'm Pamela Jo Hatley, and I represent the applicants, Hyde Park, Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association and the Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek Civic Association. So the applicants are requesting an expansion of the Hyde Park Historic District, the existing Hyde Park Historic District, to include areas and structures that are important in preserving Tampa's history.
Ms. Hatley, I apologize.
Can I make it pop up and go away?
You want to sign it? You going to show something?
No, just this one. And I don't need it just right at the second. Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you. So the applicants have been working with city staff for several years to bring this proposal forward. They've had extensive outreach. They've had several community meetings. We mailed 656 public notice letters and posted 12 public notice signs in the expansion area. We mailed notices to addresses that were within the expansion area and another 275 feet around it. The code only requires 250 feet. So we went beyond what the code requires to get public notice out for this hearing and also for the HPC hearing. We have submitted our affidavit of compliance timely, and I want to submit into the record, actually, the credentials of two people who will be speaking tonight as expert witnesses. We have two expert witnesses, Mr. Rodney Kite Powell and Mr. Roger Grunke. So I have their resumes to present. So, Mr. Rodney Kite Powell is an expert in Tampa history, and he holds bachelor's and master's degrees in history and has extensive professional experience in many publications to his name. Mr. Grunke is an expert in historic preservation. He holds a bachelor's degree in architecture and is a Florida licensed architect. He also has extensive professional experience and many publications to his name. So they will be speaking in a moment and present more evidence for you on the historic character of the expansion area and how it meets the criteria of the city's code for historic district designation. So the evidence will show that the proposed expansion of the historic district meets the city's criteria for designation as a historic district. The city staff, of course, agrees. You heard the city's presentation. The Planning Commission staff, of course, has found the proposal consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and our experts will present further. Before they come forward, however, I do want to address one thing that, and I would like for the overhead to pop up now, hopefully. Okay, is it up? Thank you. All right, this is a map, and the city staff in their presentation, I believe, showed a similar map. The existing historic district is outlined in red. The proposed expansion area is the green hatched area. Now, we are proposing tonight to amend our application slightly to reduce the proposed boundary, and I'll explain why. First of all, on this map, this area at the top between Platt Street and the Selman Expressway, that area today is non-residential uses. They're commercial uses. There are some historic or contributing structures up there and some historic value of those structures. However, the nature of that area between the Selman Expressway and Platt is quite different from the remaining area south of Platt. And the district today, the boundary at the north goes right along Platt Street. And so how we're requesting to amend our request is just to take that boundary straight across over to Willow, so that the expansion area would include all of this green hatched area, but not north of Platt Street. So we're amending the application to propose that the north boundary be the middle of Platt right-of-way. And that is, as I said, already the north boundary for most of the existing district, and so it'll just be a natural straight across to take that. Several business owners and property owners who own properties in that area between Platt and the Selman Expressway did approach the applicants and informed them that they would support expansion of the historic district. They would support it, but they wished that the boundary be along Platt Street and not go north of Platt Street. We looked at that, and we think it's a reasonable proposal, and so that is why we're requesting to amend our petition tonight, just to make that boundary adjustment. That is all I have. If you have questions for me, I'm here. Otherwise, I would like to call Mr. Rodney Kite Powell up.
Councilman Carlson.
I wonder, and maybe your two experts can answer this also, but I wonder why was the local district not set up to match the national district when it was originally set up? And second, why wouldn't you propose going on the other side of the Selman and matching the National Historic District?
And I believe you're right. I believe that Mr. Rodney Kite Powell might have that history and can address that question, right? Yeah. In a moment. Okay.
The second part, why would you not propose expanding them to match each other now?
Okay, to match the National Historic.
Instead of just going to Platt Street, why not go all the way up to Kennedy and include everything that's within the blue line?
Okay. And I believe Mr. Kite Powell can address some of that, and maybe staff can also address some of that. Any further questions from council for me? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rodney Kite Powell, 3714 West Santiago Street. I know you all have read the historical background on Hyde Park, but I wanted to touch on some more important points for you all. Hyde Park is one of the oldest neighborhoods in Tampa. In 1885, Nancy Jackson, whose family arrived in Tampa with Nancy in the 1820s, sold about 20 acres of the western portion of her land to Obadiah H. Platt, a retired attorney who had made Tampa his winter home since the late 1870s. Platt subdivided the 20-acre plot in 1886 and named the new subdivision Hyde Park, after the community where he lived outside of Chicago. The plat of Hyde Park was a narrow area of land that ran north-south from just north of today's Cleveland Street down to the bay, centered along Hyde Park Avenue. Platt's purchase and subsequent development coincided with, but also helped usher in Tampa's modern era. Over the next 40 years, Hyde Park took on all the characteristics of a city within a city. The eastern and central portions of the proposed expansion area, really including what you just asked Councilman Carlson up to Kennedy, show this with a diversity of building types and uses. Homes, apartments, even a small-scale hotel, small office and commercial buildings, plus corner grocery stores and gas stations dotted the Hyde Park landscape. Several buildings in the proposed expansion area, including along Platt Street, date from this era. The opening of the Platt Street Bridge in 1926 connected Hyde Park more directly with downtown Tampa, and Platt Street became the principal gateway between the two sections of town. By this time, another section of Hyde Park, also within the proposed expansion area, grew in importance. Dobyville was an African-American neighborhood located in part in the western section of the proposed expansion area. It was a vital segregation-era neighborhood, home to mostly working-class families. There were 3 churches, a school, several businesses, along with over 100 homes. The schools, churches, and businesses are gone, and many of the homes have been demolished over the years, though the Doby family home, which is on Azeel Street, among many others, is still standing. Hyde Park thrived until the 1950s, at which point it began a steady decline. The neighborhood's renaissance began in the late 1970s and early 1980s through the very process we're discussing tonight, historic preservation. The Hyde Park Historic Districts, both national and local, were established at that time. The success of the local district is undeniable, and it is clear where the line is between the part of Hyde Park that is within the local district and the part that is outside of it. To be clear, the boundary line should never have been placed where it is, and the area we're discussing tonight should have never been left out of the local historic district. The proposed expansion area absolutely qualifies for historic designation under the 3 of the 4 criteria set forth by the Department of the Interior, specifically criteria A, B, and C, which you heard about from Mr. Fernandez. Economics, expediency, and possibly even race, not historical or architectural significance, played a role in where that line was drawn in the 1980s. And to some degree, it played a role in this area failing to gain local historic status and protection in the early 2000s, a time when I sat on the city's Historic Preservation Commission, and we failed to protect Dobyville. Now is the time to right those wrongs. Now is the time to expand the Hyde Park Historic District and embrace more of Obadiah's original plat, embrace Dobyville, and protect more of historic Hyde Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments or questions? Thank you.
No,
Councilman Carl.
For you and also Mr. Grunke as well, we've had people in public comment, maybe somebody will say this today, but this is not my words, just what we've heard in public comment. People have said, oh, this is just a bunch of houses that you could buy on a Sears catalog. How would you describe, and the point being that anybody in the country could buy these and they're the same throughout. Would you say that there's any unique architectural significance in this area from a Tampa perspective?
There absolutely is. And you could buy these houses. Some of them were Sears catalog homes that you could buy anywhere. But between the streetscape, between the dynamic of social, economic differences that were within the whole section of Hyde Park, and the architectural significance of some of the homes currently within the district and within the proposed area, definitely set Hyde Park aside from places within the city of Tampa and certainly places throughout the country. Hyde Park is a unique place, and the current local boundary and the proposed area show that unique nature in the architecture, in the streetscape, in all facets of how you can kind of define that. So absolutely, you can get a Sears Roebuck home somewhere, but you only have our Hyde Park.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
And Pamela Jo Hatley again, just to go back to Councilman Carlson's question. I believe staff did cover that in their presentation, that the area north of the Selman Expressway didn't have many contributing structures at all anymore. So many have been demolished and they're very sparse, so that's one reason it wasn't included. Which one is it?
There's a word.
It's a Word file. He did bring it in.
And we had it on before.
Okay, I'll just use your, okay, I can use the overhead instead. Are they in order? Or are they backwards?
No, they're in order. If we
Okay.
get this straight.
Okay. Thank you.
Council, Roger Gorinka, architect. I reside at 2708 North Elmore Avenue. People ask, what qualifies a neighborhood as a historic district? The National Park Service says, 1, it must be 50 years old. 2, be important to local, state, and national history. 3, it must show a significant concentration of buildings historically or aesthetically united. Hyde Park fulfills all of these requirements. In 1889, Henry Plant brought the railroad to Tampa. This connected the impoverished and isolated city to northern cities. This opened the doors to Tampa exporting lumber, citrus, winter vegetables, and turned the city's fortunes around. The railroad also brought wealthy visitors to Tampa, those seeking mild winters, boating, hunting, and socializing in the grand style. To accommodate them, Plant constructed the Tampa Bay Hotel, built in 1891 in high Victorian Moorish style. It soon became the epicenter of the city. It was the most splendid building on Florida's Gulf Coast and happened to be adjacent to O.H. Platt's newly subdivided Hyde Park land development. With the success of the hotel, wealthy Tampans began to build Victorian mansions on Hyde Park Place and Plant Avenue. Hyde Park began at the foot of the Tampa Bay Hotel and developed south towards Hillsborough Bay and west to the railroad. There its character changed to industrial. That's where wealthy Hyde Parkers built shotgun cottages for their servants within walking distance to their own homes. During the Jim Crow era, this area became known as Dobyville, a thriving African-American community that included an elementary school, churches, and cemetery. Hyde Park's period of historic significance extended from 1886 to 1933. It began with horse-drawn carriages and gas lighting and ended with electricity and automobiles. The earliest architecture was Victorian and the latter American craftsmen. Hyde Park was built on a multicultural foundation. Its earliest inhabitants were Native American and Cubans who settled at Spanish Town Creek. Hyde Park was home to Tampa's earliest Anglo settlers, and it also was home to a thriving African-American community. The area as defined by the National Historic District is eminently worthy of consideration to be included into the local district expansion.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. And something that I had mentioned this morning at our CRA meeting was the disappearance of our historic African-American neighborhoods. Central Avenue, places near here that were all demolished, or for the most part, there are very few structures. Whereas in Dobyville, you have contributing structures that are living history to that era, during segregation, during Jim Crow. And it's another reason why it's so important to expand this district and protect those structures, because throughout the rest of the city, we've lost so much, and for so many reasons. So that's just another positive there. So thank you for bringing that up.
Any other comments or questions? Councilman Carlson.
Mr. Grunka, one quick question. There's a proposal to take Platt Street out, but how important is it to have a gateway or transition to the historic district? So south of Platt Street, everything would be protected, but if that part of Platt Street is out, is it important for a historic district to have that? And knowing that the testimony was that many buildings have been torn down, in a lot of cities, buildings meeting architectural standards have been built in places where buildings had previously been torn down.
When a neighborhood becomes designated as a local historic district, there's a format that follows. Part of that is the architectural review of every building. Organic cities do not change their composition abruptly from, let's say, residential to industrial, or agriculture to high-rise residential. There's a transition. That area there should be a transition around the historic district. And the area north of Platte and even on up to the hotel should be looked at in the future as a transition zone, not one that necessarily falls into the strict format of the local district where you have the architectural review, but something that would take into consideration transportation, how the roads are going to affect the width of the roads, the degree of traffic that is flowing through a neighborhood, and even the massing and the massing of modern buildings and their relationship to the street. Those are examples of cushions that could surround a strict historic district and give it the buffering that it should have.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. That concludes our presentation for the applicants. We would request that you approve the expansion of the Hyde Park Historic District as we've proposed tonight. We thank you for your time, and I know there are many members of the public who wish to speak. If we have any time left over for our presentation, I'd like to use it for rebuttal if necessary.
Yes, ma'am. At this time, we'll be taking comments from the members in council chambers on agenda item number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to hear every one of you and every one of your comments, but in the interest of time, can we refrain from repeating what the person in front of you has said? And if you would please, there are 7 people downstairs that are waiting to speak to this agenda item also. So if you would like, if you can, please, let's leave the room so we can allow other people to come in and give their comments.
I was going to bring in these folks that were downstairs. They're right here.
My statements still stand. Please proceed, sir. And remember, could you please state your name and whether or not you have been sworn in?
William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. I have been sworn. My comments, I'll keep them brief. They will be direct, and council members, they will be direct against the situation, not against you. I want to make that clear. Our office, which we own, is right in the middle of this proposal. We have no problem whatsoever with the proposal, with anyone else doing as they please, but we quite frankly want no part of what we consider a downsizing and an economic loss on our property by this historic overlay. We were never asked to participate. We never consented to participation. And as far as I'm concerned, our property was included in this effort almost fraudulently. There's an affidavit out there that says so-and-so is an owner of my property and authorizes our inclusion in this scenario. That's not authorized. We don't want to be part of this. I want to make that clear. Again, we have no problem with this happening. Please do not include 325 South Boulevard. If this does go forward, we're not going to drop it. We're not interested in this. It affects our business. It affects our property. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Harold Doby, and I have been sworn. So thank you very much, first of all, for your consideration. Thank you, Councilman, for your comments. As a descendant of Richard Doby, I am, myself and the Doby family are certainly for the expansion and for the preservation of this historical district and the historical area. So we thank you for your consideration. We thank you for remembering our descendants' contributions and what you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Tara Nealon, and I am at 1405 West Dezeal. I am here in support of the expansion and honoring and preserving the historically contributing structures. Preserving, of course, what was said earlier, the magic of the neighborhood, the front-facing streets, the front porches. I am in support of the expansion. Ideally, the local historic district area would have included Spanish Town Creek decades ago. It's imperative to take the measures now to do so, to preserve the neighborhood, the community, the homes, and the character. Again, I have lived in the neighborhood, in the Dobyville home, Richard Doby's home at 1405 West Dezeal since April 2020. Prior to that, I lived in the historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association for over a decade. As you're aware, the structures and the land attributed to Richard Doby no longer exist except for his home. It is of great importance to include this home and the neighborhood in the local historic district to keep Richard Doby's contributions as part of the neighborhood and a part of the city of Tampa's history. It is not too late to preserve, save, and honor what's here. Thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing? My name's Costas Stoilis. I was not sworn in, so I don't know what I need to.
At this time, anyone in chambers who has not been sworn in, please rise, raise your right hand, and be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So part of this is a learning process for me. I just bought a building on South Boulevard. I wasn't aware of this process. I got a letter in the mail. Not to the same firm extent as the first person, but I do oppose it. I don't oppose Dobyville being included in this. Everything I've heard and read when I did get the material is this is to preserve the homes. In the same vein that everything north of Platte being commercial was allowed to be removed, I'd at least like to talk and see what the process is to maybe consider the west side of South Boulevard to also not be included because there's a Grow Financial Bank there that I'm pretty sure was not there 100 years ago. The building next to me is pretty much new construction. So, you know, I'd like at least to see where the boundaries could lie. I agree with the history. I love Hyde Park. I just think that all the discussion has been around the residential, and I just bought an office building right on Boulevard at the end of July. Just seeing all this was not included, so I'd have to oppose and see if there's a discussion I could have with the community association or what the process is. So I'm just kind of here to learn a little bit. That's a comment. I don't know if there's any response, but thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Gloria Jean Royster. I live at 400 East Harrison Street in downtown Tampa. Hyde Park's historic black neighborhood, or West Hyde Park, carried for generations the name Dobyville for landowner, businessman, entrepreneur, and real estate investor Richard Curtis Doby. He owned land all over Tampa, including the site that we know as Zion Cemetery. I want to state for the record tonight that I support the recommendation from the Historic Preservation Commission for the expansion of the Hyde Park Local Historic District because Tampa's history is everybody's history. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Dan Malloy. I have been sworn. Like any commercial property owner, of course, I don't want to be part of this district. The financial loss will be significant. I do want to point out to you, for those of us who are on the west side of South Boulevard, there are no residential structures between the Crosstown Expressway and Swan Avenue. Zero. They're all offices. As the last gentleman pointed out, a bank. There's a restaurant there. If you eliminate the two contributing structures which are north of Platte, south of Platte, there are only two more contributing structures which are listed on the 1985 Hyde Park survey, one of which is mine and which has undergone considerable modifications since the time it was built. It has a closed-in porch and an addition on the back. The other, I believe, is the property which is 307 South Boulevard, which the last gentleman talked about. And that property, as the porches have been filled in, and it is basically has the structure of a box. I don't think either would be viewed as significantly contributing right now. So our request is, if you're going to take the property north of Platt Street out, that you also take out the property on the west side of South Boulevard, fronting on Boulevard, which is all commercial and which has no significant architectural value to add to this district. Thank you.
Sure.
I had turned in a form for 5 people here who will be yielding their time.
Yes, if you're here, please state your name, that you'll be, or not state your name, but just acknowledge that you're present, and you'll be waiving your 3 minutes to give an additional minute. Ryan King, thank you. Crystal Gullidge, thank you. Angie Verlin, thank you. Margaret Japp, am I pronouncing it correctly? Yes, thank you. And Benjamin Japp, thank you. 5 additional minutes for a total of 8. Thank you.
My name is Michael Japp. My family and I own the property at 211 South Boulevard. I'd first like to apologize for hanging around Mr. Stewart's desk. He was asking me follow-up questions. I wanted out of there as fast as I could.
And you don't necessarily have to use all of your 8 minutes.
I understand. I don't want to, trust me. I got down to 5.5 today, so I'm almost there. I submitted a package for the record this week, which was a package of petitions and other supporting information that represent what I call the infield, which is the area north of Willow, or north of Platt, south of the Selman, the area that now the applicants are asking to exclude. I call it the infield, and if you're familiar with a NASCAR race and an infield of a NASCAR race, that's the atmosphere of the area north of Platt. Every property is within 80 feet of either their expressway, Platt, Boulevard, Willow, or Hyde Park Boulevard. Very high traffic, no residential area anymore. The case that we're trying to make here with these petitions, there were 27 actually, which represent 26 of the parcels, of the 38 parcels. Well, of those 38, 9 of the owners are banks, a church, the Tampa Historical Society, and the Expressway Authority. We didn't reach out to those as part of this petition process. We only went to those that were not that type of property, that were private owners that would be most affected. Of the 29, 3 stayed neutral and did not wish to respond at all. And we did get 27 petitions that represent 26 of the 29 we reached out to, and all are opposed to going north of Platt. But if you read the petitions, all are saying we are in favor of the amended plan presented by Ms. Hatley tonight. So we're not opposed to the residential areas being taken in, but the point of ours is no longer a neighborhood. It simply is not. It's the bridges there make for part-time homeless shelters. Nobody's ever going to buy a home in that area where we are for single-family residential. They're just not going to raise their kids there. And for that reason, we're commercial value only. Commercial buyers will not buy, will shy away from these properties as opposed to others. But we'd like to cite the 3 points made by staff for allowing this to go forward under 27-257-2, that the areas associated with significant events, significant persons, and embodies these certain distinctive characteristics. If you look at the infield as a distinct area, which I believe it is, and no longer a neighborhood, the only significant events are the building of the expressway, the use of the area between the expressway and the buildings as maintenance facilities by the Expressway Authority, and the widening which will occur on that expressway between 2024 and 2025. All of these are negatives. These are significant events that say this should not be a historic district. The significant persons, if you look at the infield, there's only one significant person associated with the infield. It's Peter O'Knight, 245 Hyde Park Boulevard. That property is permanently protected because it's owned by the Tampa Historical Society. There are no unprotected properties in the infield that have any significant persons associated with them. The last is where Mr. Fernandez cited 40% is too low of a percentage north of the expressway. Well, if you look at the infield, first off, 17 of the properties are contributing out of 38. That's only 45%. If you factor out the property that was owned by Peter O'Knight, which is still, was permanently protected, you're down to 43%. So we're only 3% above what he already rejected. We're 12 points below the 55% that is the target. And we are not a neighborhood. We are a commercial industrial district. And if you look at the photos I submitted along with my package, look at the ones of the facilities for the Expressway Authority. Those are industrial facilities, right there in sight of all the homes around them, okay? So I think we've made a very good case here with our petition and the research we've done that the area that I refer to as the infield does not meet any of the three criteria at all, and that it should be excluded from the area. And I would like to point out a couple other things. As far as a transition area the gentleman referred to tonight, there are height restrictions. So if properties are torn down there, they can't build a huge thing. I think the height restrictions are 4 stories or something. That would make a great transition area to have some of those nice high-end condos between the expressway and there. That's what would probably eventually go there if it's not protected. If you look at Spanish Town Creek, yes, the infield is part of Spanish Town Creek, but there are no residential use properties, single family. All the single-family residences of Spanish Town Creek will be protected if you exclude us and just go with their amended plan. Dobyville, the eastern border of Dobyville is Willow. The western border of the infield is Willow. None of the Dobyville properties would be excluded as part of excluding the infield. None of them are in the infield, okay? And I'm trying to get through with this in less than 6 minutes here. So we just urge you to use your discretion and go with the amended plan presented by the applicants tonight. We had a lot of talks with them. They agreed to do that. We agreed to come in here and support that amended plan. The support is right here as long as it's the amended plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Wade McLean. I'm on the southwest corner of Willow and Platt at 307 South Willow. I'm here today to oppose the rezoning, and I have submitted a letter in writing to Council. But I'm not, rephrase, I'm not opposed to having residentially the modification and the overlay, but commercially it has a negative impact on our values. And I just don't want to be a part of that. I didn't buy the property to have an overlay or to have restriction on what I could or could not do. That's actually why I bought that property. So I would appreciate council's support in just having my property removed. I'm literally right at the crosstown exit. So the Dobie homes are great. I want everybody happy in the neighborhood. I love our neighborhood, but please leave me out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cannella has 2 names, Robin Reeves, thank you, and Jenny Smith. 2 additional minutes for a total of 5. Thank you.
My name is Pam Cannella. I live at 604 South Orleans, my family home of 91 years and 6 generations. The residents of Hyde Park are here today, not because there's a profit to be made, but because we are passionate about our neighborhood. This historic Hyde Park boundary expansion will bring together the remaining forgotten and lost pieces of our neighborhoods to complete our historic Hyde Park district, including Dobyville. Much of the history of our area that played such a significant role in the expansion of Tampa's growth has been and still is being lost to new zoning designations and demolishment. It's time to make things right. Make this area part of Hyde Park Historic District to preserve our neighborhood for the past, the present, and the future generations. It's our history that ties us together. But this is not only about historical preservation, it's also about our economic growth. The city's businesses, developers, political leaders They view historic preservation as an obstacle to progress and a barrier to the city's growth, rather than the economic asset that it is. Historic districts have been proven to have a positive and stabilizing effect on property value. It's about the historical character of this area. It's walkable neighborhoods that bring people together, creating new friendships. Our many tree canopy-lined streets with its stately mansions, shotgun and bungalow homes that lead to a neighborhood of not only homes, but boutiques, restaurants, and coffee shops. It's this eclectic makeup of our historical area that tourists come to visit. It is the ambiance created by this collection of unique homes and historical buildings in our neighborhood that attracts people to Hyde Park and to the city of Tampa, not monumental public buildings. This area brings tourists and revenue to our city by hosting special events such as Gasparilla in our area. This area's physical character is the connection to its roots. It is what identifies Hyde Park and the city of Tampa. If we view historic preservation as a key component in the city's revitalization and growth, instead of an isolated function, it will enable the city's historic character to be harnessed more effectively, where a future can be seen with innovation and preservation linked. The National Hyde Park Historic District extends to Kennedy Boulevard. We heard that tonight. And the local Hyde Park Historic District's proposal was to include the areas up to the Selman Expressway. Certain oppositions were made. We were told that if we compromised and brought the original proposed boundary back to plat, those in opposition would support the historic Hyde Park boundary expansion. So I ask you to please vote for this expansion, support the residents of Hyde Park and our fellow neighborhoods who have supported us in our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Leah Carden. I live at 311 South Delaware Avenue. I am also the VP of Spanish Town Creek Neighborhood Association. So we bought our house. It's a 1923 house in 2006. We spent about a year renovating it to preserve the historical essence of it. As soon as we moved in, neighbors came over delivering food. I couldn't figure out what was going on. Turned out our house was a fraternity house before we moved in, and everybody was so thrilled that somebody moved in with a baby as a family. Over the past 5 years, we've seen an influx of developers knocking down the historic houses to put in multi-unit dwellings. We moved into the area because we love the charm of the neighborhood and the old houses. The new units are not preserving the character of the neighborhood. When we think of our neighborhood, we think of ourselves as Hyde Park. And all three of the neighborhood associations in Hyde Park have worked together to drive this initiative forward. Hyde Park is one of the top places that people visit when they come to Tampa because of its character and beauty. Significant parts of Dobyville are also in the expansion request. It would be a shame to lose any more of the historical pieces of Dobyville that are left. So with that, I'm asking you to support the expansion of the local historic district.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I'm Sean Luttrell, president of Luttrell Architecture, and I want to state my position as an architecture firm coming at you from that kind of perspective. We fully support the expansion of the Hyde Park Historic District boundaries, and we recognize clearly the importance of historic homes and historic neighborhoods and the value that they bring to the larger community. To give you a little background, we've had the opportunity to work within Hyde Park Historic District on many occasions, dating back nearly 20 years at this point. We found that the city historic preservation staff and neighborhood associations to be both professional and also reasonable. As architects, we appreciate their balanced approach and understanding of the overall goals of historic preservation in comparison to each project's specific constraints and overall feasibility. It is this balance of practicality and preservation that brings me here this evening to show my full support for this expansion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Roger Hall. I live at 303 South Newport, and I am voicing my opposition to this expansion. And it's more from a technical point. I don't discount that there are contributing structures and historic structures within the neighborhood. But with all the notices that I saw posted, I've heard of a meeting or a public meeting in October, I think. That was the only notice that I got until I got this notice that it was being presented for approval. And my point is that I never designated anyone to speak for my property. I never gave anybody the right to apply for this application for my property. If they want to do it for theirs, great, but not for mine. So I am in opposition to this, and I hope you will take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Reese Riggle. I live in the proposed area of expansion at 312 South Willow Avenue, which happens to be a historic Dobyville home. I'd like to take a moment to just emphasize a few points of why I support this expansion effort of the local historic area and talk about what this is and what this isn't. As you've heard, this qualifies. It's one of the only remaining areas in the city that with the contributing structures necessary to have this local historic overlay. It preserves the most significant portion of Dobyville with his namesake house being in this area. This is recommended by experts from your credentialed city staff to planning commission and credentialed architectural and historic neighborhood experts and licensed realtors. And this is widely popular as evidenced by all three neighborhood associations over the last 5 to 6 years, meeting with their members along with city council city staff to talk about this and get their input in order to make a recommendation on behalf of those neighborhood associations. This is not NIMBY, in my opinion. This is yes in my backyard. People want this for their neighborhood. This is not anti-development. Every non-contributing structure can be redeveloped to the highest and best use of the zoning of that property. It just has to conform to historic guidelines. The Valencia, which is 7 stories by Vincent Bistro, is a good example of how density can play a role in historic areas. This is not all about residential or single-family homes. This preserves structures that happen to be built before 1933 of whatever designation, commercial, industrial, or residential. It's not all about homes. The old bread factory, which is an industrial building, is a good example of that use. And this is not an impediment to property values, as many realtors have noted that on both commercial and residential properties, real estate value improves in historic areas. We all own a little piece of this city as taxpayers, and this is an opportunity for us to not let this opportunity slip by of protecting a piece of history in our city. So with that, I support the effort and wish for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mary Lou Bailey. I live at 912 South Oregon Avenue. I'm going to start by representing Historic Preservation, Inc., the third neighborhood association in the current local historic district. I'm here to let you know that my board voted unanimously to support this expansion. We'd like to protect the area from further deterioration and specifically are interested in protecting from the demolition of contributing structures, the application of the design guidelines, which are different for renovations versus new construction, and to have the public notice and engagement processes that are a really good governance, frankly, for a community such as ours. So we've reviewed all the recommendations and we're in full support of it. I would ask that you think about protecting Tampa collectively, which is a tapestry of neighborhoods. And this is a specific neighborhood that part was left out, that shouldn't have been left out. Let's get it back together in whole. Taking my hat off as the neighborhood president after representing that support, I want to say that I've lived in the district for 25 years. Before that, I lived in 8 different states and 1 foreign country, and I've traveled the world extensively for my career. I'm not leaving Hyde Park. It is a fantastic, special place that needs to be protected. And I think I can say that with a lot of credibility, having lived and traveled in all the places that I have over my not too long life. Anyway, I also want to say that I've done a lot of renovations on a historically significant bungalow and on new construction. And it was not an imposition it was do a little homework up front, get a little cooperation, and everybody's the better off. I also reject that it's factually inaccurate that a business can't be successful in a historic district. It's factually inaccurate that multifamily residence can't exist in a historic district. So I ask you to exclude that because it's not based in fact. I also want to say that I had the honor a couple of years ago, pre-COVID, the Medal of Honor convention came to Tampa. These are our great heroes of the nation, those that are still living. And I was approached by the host committee that they wanted to show off Tampa, and they said, Mary Lou, would you put together a personal home tour in Hyde Park for our Medal of Honor winners and their family? And I said, gee, I need another project like a hole in the head, but yes, it's the Medal of Honor winners, of course I'll do it. But that's how special Hyde Park is, okay? So our nation's greatest wanted to come tour Hyde Park and see what made it special. So that's just one little, story to add some emotion to my case. We're trying not to repeat to your request, but I would say anybody who is here in support of the district and is in the room, would you please stand? Please vote to support the expansion of the local historic district, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Cam Potter, and I live at 407 South Newport Avenue. 30 years ago, this month, my wife and I moved into our house, which is in the expansion district. And since that time, we've seen the neighborhood change. I want to make 3 quick points if I can. Number one, I've been part of the association, so I'm part of the Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek Association. And I honestly get very frustrated when I hear people come up and say, I didn't know about the meetings, I didn't hear about this. This has been going on for 2 years. We at our expense have handed out flyers, have put up yard signs, have had 3 meetings at the Lighthouse for the Blind, 3 meetings at Kate Jackson Park. So if there is an argument that somebody didn't hear about this, it's because they're not participating or they don't have their eyes open. We have put so much energy and effort into getting community awareness around this, and we wanted community input. Point one. Point two is that I also want to reiterate the fact that this is not just about historic preservation. That's critically important. But as said before, it's more than that. It's about preserving the character of what makes Tampa interesting. It's preserving, a great place to live, why people come to Tampa to reside, why people come here for tourism. It goes beyond the borders of this expansion. It includes all of Tampa. It benefits all of Tampa by preserving this character, this charm, this history. And then finally, I want to bring up the sense of urgency to this. So this has been going on for a while. Since I've been there in 30 years, we've seen a lot of contributing structures be demolished. And that's accelerating. Just since this process has started, we've seen an uptick in requests for demolition. So this is going faster. At some point in the near future, I think that we're not going to meet some of the criteria. That's also exacerbated by property values. So in my block, in Willow, Newport, and I think it extends a little bit on both sides, many of the property of the lots that single-family homes sit on are zoned for multifamily. And the economic pressure, the value of that property in that neighborhood is getting to the point where somebody can't really afford, or the economics of buying a house and renovating it versus selling it for development of a multifamily home, multifamily property, when it's already zoned for that, is just tremendous. So I think that will accelerate the deterioration or the change of the character of this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Laura Everett. I have been sworn in, and I live at 310 South Delaware Avenue, which makes me a resident of the proposed expansion area. I am also professionally a certified urban planner, and so both personally and professionally, I support the expansion. I think there are 2 compelling reasons for you to support it as well. One is the protection of the Platt Street Gateway. There's a renaissance going on in Water Street and Channel District, and we are a gateway into that area. And I think you can help us to help protect that gateway into that area. The second is to remedy the omission of Dobyville from the original expansion area. I think you have an opportunity this evening to remedy that. I think you have an obligation to remedy that this evening. So with that, I, again, am going to ask for your support for the expansion, and thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mark Linsky. My family and I own 3 parcels. Primarily, the location is 503 West Platt Street. We've owned these properties for over 2 decades. We and the overwhelming number of the property owners on the north side of Platt Street strongly support the amended application that has been filed by the Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek Civic Association and by the Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. I want to thank all the representatives of these 2 organizations and associations for their hard work and support. It's a lot easier putting in money. It's a lot harder putting in time, and they've put the time in. I also want to thank Dennis Fernandez, your manager here of the city's Architectural Review and Historic Preservation Bureau, for his efforts. It's a difficult job he has with difficult issues to deal with. So I ask the City Council to please approve the amended application that has been submitted by these 2 associations. And I wish you a happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tobin Green. I'd like to claim my wife's, Bianca Green's, time. She's sitting back there. I submitted it earlier.
You submitted the paperwork?
Yes, sir.
I saw you do that. Yes, sir. You have 1 extra minute.
1? I thought I got her 3 minutes. I'll try to make it quick. I'm a resident of historic Hyde Park, Spanish Town Creek neighborhood living at 400 South Orleans Avenue, and I'm a member of the Spanish Town Creek Civic Association and an active committee member. I have a master's degree in architecture, and I'm the owner of an award-winning local design studio called AdMix. I don't say that to be boastful. I say it because I believe in high design standards, and I've done my best to put my money where my mouth is by designing and building in this neighborhood with the intention of building up a small but important portion that has been neglected, if not forgotten, for so long. I designed and built my own home here, and while it's completely unique, it would definitely not pass today's ARC guidelines. It was a delight. I was delighted at how well it was received by the neighborhood and many of its longtime residents. I admit that given the uniqueness of its design, I had many sleepless nights wondering how it would be received. But upon completion, I had multiple long-term residents, matriarchs even, approach me to tell me how much they appreciated what I was doing by bringing something so new, substantial, and meaningful to this neighborhood that they have been part of for over half a century. On a professional level, the year that I designed and built our home, we were awarded by the Tampa Bay Builders Association during their annual Parade of Homes. We took home the awards for Best in Class of Architecture, Best in Class Curb Appeal, Best in Class Price category, and even the Grand Diamond Award that year for Best Overall Project of the Year. Again, I don't say these things to boast on achievements, but rather to identify myself as someone who understands meaningful design and appropriate design standards. I believe in preservation and progression, but what I'm having a hard time with is embracing standards that would, as they are presented today, discourage this type of urban progressive, forward-thinking, and award-winning architecture and design. I want to be clear and state loud and clear that I am indeed a firm advocate of historic preservation. The problem is I think our approach on this matter has become ironically outdated. I do believe that we should absolutely save structures worth saving, but how we determine that status could use an overhaul. For instance, just because a structure is built before a certain time period shouldn't give it carte blanche as historically relevant or much less worth preserving. The thought of discouraging progress through a fight to preserve a home that has zero design integrity simply because it was built in the 1920s is closed-minded and it's counterproductive. Lot size and poorly executed or simply non-historically relevant additions to structures should all be held accountable and heavily considered prior to deeming a structure worthy of being saved or preserved. The costs outweigh the intentions here. Integrity and progress should come first if we want to usher our neighborhoods into a bright and meaningful future. As for the design standards themselves, we're witnessing an unprecedented growth in the city that we need to embrace and steer headstrong into the future. Threw me off there. Protection does indeed matter, and being governed to adhere to certain design standards is a great thing. I share respect for the fundamental intentions of the ARC the same as I do for historic preservation, as they both aim to serve a great purpose. I think we can all agree on that. The ARC protects us from profit-driven first developers with no concern for design integrity. However, I got a lot more to say. I could really go into this, but at the end of the day, history is meant to be built upon and advanced, not recreated with cheap materials for the sake of appeasing memories of an era that, let's be honest, in this area carries a lot of painful social luggage. We must grow. We must see a bigger picture, one that takes the rich history of a neighborhood like Dobyville and rebuilds it into something substantial, relevant, and totally unique to honor its unique past. I, for one, am again putting my money where my mouth is in developing 2 new projects in Dobyville currently that will put historical value above profit margins. I'm reusing and repurposing original structural timbers, furniture, and even floor to pay homage to each site. I'm even putting a bronze plaque on one of the buildings to permanently honor the family that had called that place home since the 1940s. Discouraging progressive thought process and design isn't appropriate anymore. I think it's kind of lazy and short-sighted, and I hope that we can do better than this. And so on that notion, I ask for a vote of no to the expansion of the current guidelines, but I would heavily encourage the exploration and implementation of new progressive preservation and design standards. Thank you. And I got 20 seconds, so I would say that if you guys do decide to vote yes on this, taking the north side of Platt out is ridiculous. If we're gonna go for it, you gotta go for it. That Platt is gonna be, it's a main thoroughfare into the city, and they've just announced that the Riverwalk is gonna be expanded through there to come up to Rome and go north. So you're gonna have a thoroughfare that has historic guidelines on one side and not on the other. Makes no sense.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Linda Salsena. My address is 157 Biscayne, and I am very pleased to be here tonight in support of the expansion. I'm not representing myself tonight. I'm representing the board of the Center for Architecture and Design. This is the not-for-profit wing of the American Institute of Architects. Our board voted to support this expansion, and we are advocates for good design and good historic preservation. This proposal seems to embrace both. Years and years ago, I was involved in the original creation of the Hyde Park Plan, which led to the local historic district. It was a mistake at that time not to embrace the entire boundary proposed or created by the National Historic District in this area. Tonight, you have, as council members, an opportunity to respect the larger area of Hyde Park, including Dobyville, and that's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Cimino.
Hang on 1 second. Ms. Salsena?
Yep.
You have a question that's going to be posed to you.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Linda.
By the way, there was gum on the seat.
On it or under it?
On it.
On it?
Sat on it, yes.
Oh.
We need to monitor the, yeah, anyway. Yes, question.
Yes, ma'am. I know that you're a person who knows history and architecture, work and design. And, I'm familiar with that area over there because I grew up on Bristol. And the old-fashioned ice cream place was right there. So I used to walk there. I can remember when my brother fell on the railroad tracks and messed his face up on the back end by the park back there. So I'm familiar with the area very, very strongly. I was just wondering, the comment that the gentleman before you made about the whole area versus the thoroughfare. I got kind of confused with that because he's saying that the expansion should be the total piece of it, but it seems like we're leaving out a portion of the thoroughfare.
I believe that I can't speak to what his intent was. I can speak to the fact that what's presented to you tonight uses Platt Street as the dividing line. You always have to have a line somewhere. And I feel that the consistent recommendation that was supported by the neighborhood organizations with Platt as the dividing line is a good proposal, and I support that.
All right, thank you.
Good evening once again. My name is Patrick Cimino. I'm president of Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association, one of the petitioners, and we fully support the amendment tonight. I do want to make an emphasis on a couple of things. Hyde Park is a neighborhood. Hyde Park is a community. We're not just single-family homes. We're not just multifamily homes. We're not just offices. We're businesses. Burns is in our neighborhood. We have other businesses. The Epicurean Annex is in our neighborhood. So we have a big variety of many different types of uses. The businesses along Azeel have been there for years, mainly offices. There is value in Hyde Park. People maintain those buildings. There's a building in the vicinity of Magnolia and Bayshore that the owner spent between buying it and renovating it roughly $1,000 a square foot. That's kind of significant value. It is a contributing structure. There is value in this. No one's losing anything. And just to recap one thing, this process started 7 years ago with meetings in the neighborhood. We have had multiple meetings. We had to notice twice for the HPC because we had to repeat the hearing. As Miss Hatley mentioned, we sent out 600 and something notices for this meeting. People have had an opportunity to participate, and we've met with people and we've listened. And for that reason, we are coming. It's time to accept this proposal as amended tonight. And I really appreciate the ARC staff, particularly Dennis and Elaine, who've worked very diligently with us.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Albrechts. I was sworn in. I'm the president of Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek Civic Association. The troublemaker, you might say. I wanted to note, just because it came up, that all the years and the time and effort that have gone into the public outreach and education on this expansion, I've personally been involved in. Both associations have hosted multiple meetings over the years in coordination with the ARC to elicit questions and to answer those questions of our neighbors. Most recently, we were part of the historic Hyde Park home tour. Maybe somebody stopped by on the council and saw us there. Rodney Kydpal did a great job. I spoke a little bit. I thought I did a good job too. Neither here nor there. We've also placed multiple signs, held multiple public discussions, I'm sure you can appreciate that, the council can appreciate that. Neighborhood email distributions, we've had articles in the Tampa Bay Times, 83 Degrees, Creative Loafing, our neighborhood newsletters. This is in addition to the video spots on CBS, Bay News 9, and our local ABC affiliate. I myself have personally had discussions with developers and multiple neighbors on the topic. All three Hyde Park neighborhood associations, comprised of the people who populate this neighborhood, are asking you to move forward with this process and approve the application. Help us preserve a piece of Tampa history and recognizing this important preservation effort of a historically marginalized African American community. We appreciate your time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Councilman Carlson.
I want to ask a question of all three neighborhood leaders. You all said you're in favor of the amended plan, but you're all three okay leaving the northern part of Platt Street out?
On behalf of Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek, my name is Aaron Olberts. I'm the president. Yes, that is correct, Councilman Carlson.
And our board supported that as well.
Okay, thank you.
And the HPPI board supports the other two boards. We recognize that time has taken things away from us, and we don't want any more taken away.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. I'm representing the property owners at 605 South Boulevard. They wish to be excluded from the district, and I think you've heard from some of the other law offices that are located along Boulevard. They have a modern building, and they don't want to be included in or subject to the various development guidelines as established by the Hyde Park Development District. I just started.
Go, please continue.
One of the other streets, and I noticed if you look on this map, I've highlighted the areas where your contributing structures are. There's 2 versus 10 or 12 that are non-contributing. That's on the west end, and on the east end, there's only 2 over here. So I would request that you adjust the map so that these other property owners not be subject to the development guidelines as established by the district. And I want to show you, I noticed Willow shows a lot of different contributing structures here, but I want to show you what those contributing structures look like. These are redevelopment properties. They're apartments, they're condos. And I'm not sure, the staff should probably answer this question about whether or not the use that they established by looking to see contributing versus non-contributing structures was updated, because it looked like it was a dated use and contributing structures versus non-contributing structures map. And I don't know what, I can pause. So what was the address? The address you were, 605 Boulevard.
So 605 South Boulevard is already in the existing boundaries of the historic district. It's not in the expansion area. Just to clarify that, it's down here.
All right. Well, I guess they're in. They received these notices and so.
Back to the room for you, Mr. McElhaney. Back to the room.
Anyway, I'm in favor of contributing structures being included in a map. I would suggest that perhaps the staff look at the contributing versus non-contributing concentrations, and when they have a large number of non-contributing structures, to eliminate them from consideration on that map. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if I see no one else standing to get behind Ms. Pointer will be the last person speaking. I now see a woman standing there. So she is now designated as cleanup in a baseball sense.
I'm not going to make this long. I want to point out that the very first neighborhood meeting that we went to was a meeting for this last July. I'm sorry, Ms. Pointer. My name's Stephanie Pointer. And I had no intention of speaking this evening, but I wanted to make sure that everybody knew that if Carol Ann and I found out about it all the way down in SOG, and you didn't find out about it before now, sorry, not sorry. I'd like to point out this structure right here. It was demolished 60 days ago. The family who lived in that house lived in it for 35 years. They were plumbers. They took very good care of their home. A developer purchased it and ripped it to the ground. It was built in 1911. That means we only have about 30 structures left in Port Tampa that are historic. What these folks are trying to do should be done for every individual property that is historic in this city. So why we have people who don't live in homes standing up here going, I didn't know. Well, you know what? I'm sorry. You don't live there. I, as a property manager, only manage properties for homeowners, not for investors. Why? Because when you own a home, that's where your heart is, your soul is. And even when you leave it, it's still your heart and soul. Think about the times that you've driven by the house where you lived when you were a kid. And that's what these people are trying to sustain. And the people who are standing up here crying the blues about it, they don't live there. It's not where their heart and soul is. So do I feel sorry for them? Nope.
My name is Ann Altman. I live at 2109 Bayshore Boulevard. Have lived in Hyde Park for almost 20 years now, and I've served on the board of directors for the Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. And everybody that's spoken before me has said all the same things that I would say standing up here. But I just have to say that one big question just continued to hang in my mind, and the gentleman who just spoke before us clarified it. We live in a historic district. It's not a historic neighborhood. Although it is a neighborhood, it's a historic district. And in this district are so many businesses and so many neighborhoods and so many homes, et cetera. And yet I keep saying, why are people who choose to live or to be affiliated or close to the historic district opposed as business people to being a part of what actually makes this district so special? And he really nailed it for me, because he said, we don't want to be relegated to the responsibility of living up to the architectural review guidelines and the goals that make this neighborhood as special as it continues to be. So I say to that, I don't really think that's substantive or substantial evidence of a good reason to not let this process move forward and get it resolved tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers who wishes to speak to this? If not, Mr. Constantino, I see you on our screen. Is Miss Matz there also? That way I can get you both sworn in at the same time.
No, sir, she is not logged on at this time. Oh, I'm sorry, she is. Oh, hold on. Okay.
Miss Matz, are you there? Miss Matz, are you with us? Please turn your camera on and unmute yourself. Mr. Constantino, would you please raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? All right, please unmute yourself, Mr. Constantino.
Mr. Constantino, you need to unmute yourself. We cannot hear you. Please unmute yourself.
Mr. Constantino, there's a red mic on the panel. Just click that to unmute yourself.
Let me try that one.
You got it. There you go.
Thank you. Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Everything I say, it will be true, to the best of my knowledge. First of all, I'm approaching an issue of land use. But I can also say I live on Davis Island, lived there for 40 years. I think the historic area should be expanded. I'm changing the subject, though. The subject I'd like to approach to Mr. Chairman and members of the council is the use of land in Tampa as it applies to or associated with the Howard Franklin Bridge. F.7 plans to demolish the northbound I-275 Howard Franklin Bridge, and they plan to do that in 26. And we think it should be repurposed. And the land on the south side and the north side of I-275 should be set aside as part of the parcel where you can put charging stations, you can put parking, you can put PV canopies, parking, and that is the best use for that land. And there'll be more, hopefully it's called repurposing the I-275 bridge, and I'm hoping that the council at some point may want to create a workshop to look at this property. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is Ms. Matz on the line?
Chair, Ms. Matz is on the line. However, she has not enabled her audio nor video.
I thank you very much. Ms. Hadley, you now have time for rebuttal if you wish.
Thank you, Council. I'm going to put this map back up. So it was mentioned that the properties on the west side, I believe, of South Boulevard are commercial and shouldn't be included. But as you can see on the map, there are properties on the east side of South Boulevard and then a little further south on both sides of South Boulevard that are in the existing historic district. There's no evidence that those properties, commercial or otherwise, have been negatively impacted by being included in the historic district. In fact, there's no evidence tonight before you that there's a negative impact to any properties or property values for being included in the historic district. To the contrary, I think the staff's report spoke to that as well, that being included in a historic district has a positive impact on property values. I live out in the suburbs and we're subject to deed restrictions. People move out there on purpose to be under deed restrictions because they believe, and rightly so, I think the evidence shows, that some restrictions on property helps to stabilize communities and helps to stabilize and even increase property values. These restrictions or guidelines really in the historic district don't have the kind of restrictions that even a homeowner association has in a deed restricted community. So it's not like that. And I think some of the opposition is just misinformed or underinformed about what a historic district designation means for their properties. For example, I had someone call me this week who is in the expansion area and owns a property and wanted to know whether he would have to start paying homeowner association assessments if his property is included. So people don't understand what it means. Also, it was brought up that some people are property owners and they did not authorize the applicants to represent them in their properties. But this is not that kind of process. This is not a quasi-judicial hearing. This is a hearing that is more like an area-wide rezoning or a land use designation. And courts have held that local governments have the authority to put reasonable restrictions on property use, such as zoning and land use designation. So this is something more like that. It isn't the kind of application where the property owner has to authorize an agent to represent them in a quasi-judicial process. So just in closing then, the competent substantial evidence before you tonight and before the Historic Preservation Commission shows that this proposed expansion area does meet the city's criteria in the city code to be designated as a historic district. So we ask that you do that you take the recommendation and the application as presented tonight and grant this request. And thank you.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion closed by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Thank you. What is the pleasure of council? Councilman Maniscalco.
I'd like to go ahead and read this ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, and this is for the amended plan, which would exclude or set the boundary at plat, as mentioned. So I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, designating the expansion of the boundaries of the Hyde Park Historic District as a local historic district, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict therewith, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Hurtak.
Yes, I would like to add a few things, if you don't mind. The applicant has met its burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence that the Hyde Park Historic District should be expanded to Platt Street and the other boundaries noted because it is consistent with the criteria outlined in Code Section 27-257 for the following reasons. It achieved its significance during the period of historic significance as delineated in the National Register of Historic Places Guidelines or as established in the nominating pursuant to those guidelines, and has quality of significance in American, state, or local history, architecture, archaeology, engineering, and culture, which is present in districts, sites, buildings, structures, and objects that possess integrity of location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association. And the district has a character as geographically definable as area possessing a significant concentration of buildings which are well designed and other structures, sites, and objects, all of which are united by past events or by a plan or physical development.
Is that part of the motion? Yes.
That's okay.
Yep.
Any further discussion? If I may.
Excuse me, Chairman, I
No,
apologize.
sir. No, sir.
To the
I
center line
apologize.
plat.
Thank you. I need a motion to reopen.
Move to reopen.
We have a motion to reopen by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
So, Kamaria Pettis-Malco from the City Attorney's Office. If City Council approves reads the ordinance for first reading based upon the amended application that's before City Council, I will amend the exhibit that was attached to the ordinance for between first and second reading. The legal description, I apologize.
I accept that as part of the motion and.
Revisions between first and second reading.
I will correct based upon the motion made by City Council.
Thank you. Need a motion to close, please?
Second.
Motion closed by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Aye. Any further comments? Any further questions? I will say this, I'm of two minds when it comes to historic preservation. I want to save as many homes as we possibly can. On the flip side of that is, how are the youth of today supposed to create their own history if we keep preserving? I will not give evidence. I will make this statement. In a neighborhood that back in the late 70s and early 80s, where these magnificent homes were chopped up into 4 or 5 different dwellings in one structure, where prostitution and drugs and crime were going in, and watching this neighborhood claw its way back to the prestige that it is today, I would gladly help preserve this neighborhood. But again, the youth of today need to create their own history. Let's have a roll call vote.
Carlson?
Yes.
Goulds?
Yes.
Vieira? Maniscalco?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Cedro?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 5th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
96. You ever being absent at both? No problem.
Yes, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take an adjournment for 5 minutes just so that we can change over the room to the next one.
Muted.
Have a city council evening session. Session is back in session. Roll call.
Carlson. Vieira. Maniscalco. Hurtak. Goods. Miranda.
Here.
Cedro.
Here. Thank you. Mr. Hussein, I believe Mr. Bentley is going to ask for something.
Correct. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Mark Bentley is requesting for agenda item number 15, case REZ 22-125, asking for a continuance to February 9th, 2023. The applicant is here.
Mr. Bentley, I'm sure you probably heard what has happened earlier this evening. How many times have you continued this case already?
First of all, Mark Bentley, 401 East Jackson Street, Tampa, 33602. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, council members. I didn't have the opportunity amongst, I'll call it the chaos, to kind of intervene at that point in time.
I wouldn't call it chaos.
Controlled chaos, so I'm sorry.
It was all smooth sailing.
But in any event, we're requesting a continuance, and the basis is, number one,
Unmuted.
a full board, and secondarily, our client, due to unforeseen circumstances, isn't available tonight, and he intended to testify. It's our first request. We'd appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak to this case number 15, file number REZ 22-125, the continuance only? Mr. Seal.
Brian Seal, Tampa Heights Civic Association President. I have been sworn. Yes, to speak specifically to the continuance, I was here to speak in opposition to the rezoning, but the continuance itself, I do not believe this applicant deserves a continuance. And if it is granted, if that's the pleasure of council, I would ask that you stipulate that they must sit down with the adjoining homeowner and the neighborhood association. Let me just read this quickly for you because it pertains to this specifically. I'm asking for the continuance about. For the continuance only.
But you're not testifying to any of the facts or evidence?
No, it's about the continuance and that stipulation that I'm asking for that you place on this. So myself and the adjoining homeowner have emailed the applicant and his attorneys numerous times over the preceding months with zero response.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, okay, I believe that you want to make an objection for the record?
Yeah.
If you please, just very briefly.
No, let him finish, and then I'll have an opportunity to respond.
Well,
This is nonsense.
if I can, without, Mr. Chairman, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, this has come up with the staff of Land Development Coordination, and my understanding is, and I don't know the time frame, but they are coming back with language specifically with, because I believe this was council's request, to do something of a neighborhood meeting or a neighborhood association or a compatibility meeting. I don't recall what it's called, but that is coming back. But presently in your code, there is no obligation presently for the requirement of the hearing, the requirement of meeting with the neighbors, and that's why this has to be cured through the process that we're going through now. Just so that you know that, certainly they can volunteer to do it presently, and certainly it's to their advantage based on what has come before council. Council has asked in the past for them to meet with the neighbors, and that is certainly council's purview to be able to do that. But in terms of a requirement that does not yet exist in the code, and my understanding is it's going to be forthcoming. Sir.
Okay, so do I understand they can't require it, but they can ask it? Or should I just?
Well, as of now, there's no legal
Sure,
requarement in the
legal
code
requirement.
for them to have to do
Yeah,
that.
yes.
And the question is that something that that council can raise with Mr. Bentley, and Mr. Bentley can respond? Certainly, that's the case if that's your request.
And here's why I'm asking it is, I think we can all save ourselves, applicant included, a lot of trouble if the continuance is granted, when this is heard next, if they'll sit down and understand the reasons for such opposition, and it'll save your time at the next rezoning hearing.
I think he heard you. Anyone else that wishes to speak? Thank you. And speak to the continuance only.
Yeah, I'm Josh Tebby. I live at 2706 North Morgan Street, an adjacent property owner to this project. I just want to go on record, being that I want to keep this going and figure out the ending result of this. I do not want a continuance. I'd like it to just be addressed immediately. It's just kind of gone on too long. I have also tried to address this with the council, and they've declined to reply or anything. So I'm just basically seconding what Mr. Seal said.
We have 3 people online. Jeremy Higley, Jocelyn DeJesus, and Albo. Are you online? Do we have them
Chair,
online? Yes.
none of those speakers are currently online.
You said no speakers are online.
Correct.
Thank you. What is the pleasure of council?
Mr. Chairman,
Councilman Goods.
Zane? Should I have it right? This will be the first continuance Mr. Bentley is asking for this case, sir?
Correct, this is the first continuous request.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bentley.
Yes, sir.
Like Mr. Shelby said, we can't require you to, or the applicant to meet with certain people, but if granted it continues, I would hope that, I know you are always a just man, to have you and your client at least sit down with the neighborhood and compromise whatever you need to do coming back forward. I just don't like when we don't work together with everybody. So I know you've always done that, so I'm hoping that we can
Yeah,
get that.
I don't want to belabor this, and I appreciate what you're saying and rebut this, what I think is inaccurate depiction of, what's been going on. In any event, I appreciate that, and if we can move on, I'd appreciate the continuance February 9th. And it hasn't been going on too long. Obviously, this is our first request, so contrary to what Mr. Tebby said.
I move granted, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion for a granted continuance by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco.
February 9th, I believe. 15, is that correct?
Correct, February 9th, 2023 at 5:01 p.m.
Second, February 9th, 5:01 p.m.
Agenda item number 15, file number REZ 22-125. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Hey, thank you, take care.
Mr. Hussein.
Yes, I'd like to revisit agenda item number 5 and 6. Steve McElhaney is here, and he's ready to make a decision.
Council, I have not been able to get a response from my client there in California, and so I guess I have to go forward.
Okay. Have a seat.
I
We'll call you when your number comes up.
I would beg the indulgence of council to reconsider the continuance we've asked for. I know you all have already voted, but, it puts me in a very difficult position because I can't make a decision like that on my own to withdraw. And neither of my 2 experts are available this evening. So, I would request that, and in the neighborhood association, I really don't care for this. I've been in constant contact with Annalise Meyer. You know what? I deserve the same respect that I provide for them.
Let's then.
And the issue is that we have been in constant contact. I called them as soon as it was apparent a week ago that we had to work some issues out with the staff that we could not work out before this hearing. And I fully advised them of that. I also fully advised the attorney's office for the property owner across the street as soon as it was apparent that we couldn't go forward. And I know you've considered some hardships for other cases this evening, and I think that we surely would qualify. This is not some trick. There are issues that we need to sit down and talk about, and I would just ask that maybe that perhaps you'd reconsider that denial. But thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilman Goods.
Mr. McElhaney, I heard you said about a hardship, but I guess for me, what I have a problem with, sir, is that your client and yourself knew we were having a hearing. So I just don't understand how they could be out of, at another state here and not being prepared to come today no matter what, and knowing it's going into a second hearing. So that, again, that's why I moved to deny on the first premise of it, sir. I just don't, I want to be fair to you as well, sir, but
Yes, sir.
I don't see the hardship when we've gone through this twice and your client knew. I have a problem with this.
What happened, council, was that we had to apply for a design exception, and that required a significant amount of time. And that portion also required that we make amendments to the site plan. We made amendments to the site plan, and the staff came back and said, you're inside of the 30-day window, and we can't accept that. So your staff report is based upon changes that we've made to the site plans that you will not hear from them. As I said, it's a difficult position. It wasn't.
Mr. Michelini, please.
That's fine.
We
I was just responding.
We spent an hour talking about all sorts of things just to get the agenda straight.
I got it.
And we didn't do anything
I
on
got
the
it.
first agenda item until an hour and 15 minutes later. Mr. Michelini, you will be heard tonight. Please have a seat. When your number comes up, we'll call you. Thank you very much. Let's go with agenda item number 3.
Good evening, Council. Melissa Dickens, Planning Commission staff. Given the time, I will be succinct this evening, but I hope that the brevity, within the brevity, you will see the comprehensiveness and the importance of this agenda item. This is the first portion of the goals, objectives, and policies coming forward before you for the Tampa Comprehensive Plan update. This is our One Water chapter. We're very excited to bring it before you this evening. As I mentioned, the first portion of the overall Tampa Comprehensive Plan update, if I could get the Elmo, please. Thank you. It implements key components of the vision that was adopted by this council back in the summertime, the result of significant public and stakeholder engagement. And we've coordinated implementation with multiple city departments across different facets of water and planning, as well as resiliency in the city. This slide here shows the 2045 Tampa Comprehensive Plan vision. I won't read these components to you, but just want to share that this aspect of the comprehensive plan moves forward several components of the vision that the community told us they wanted to see for the future in 2045. A brief overview. The last time that the Tampa Comprehensive Plan the overall update occurred was back in 2016. Currently within the plan, stormwater management, wastewater, potable water are all separate within the plan. And One Water is intended to update and combine these sections, as well as incorporate water resources related language from other sections. It reflects the interrelated nature of water within the city and provides a framework for holistic water resources planning. The concepts within the plan are a mix of existing and new language. New concepts include items such as resiliency and green infrastructure. We've also streamlined and strengthened existing concepts. This is a similar approach that's been taken with Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan updates, and we've refined it and tailored it to the city. There are 6 goals within the One Water chapter. You can see them here, or 5 goals within the One Water chapter. You can see them here on your screen. They represent the broad facets of water and multiple different topics that are important to water resources within the city. The One Water chapter is also a result of a lot of very robust stakeholder and public outreach. We began this public outreach in August of this year, immediately following the vision adoption by this council. We used a multifaceted approach to try to reach as many people as possible across the city, in person, social media, traditional media, emails, created reference documents to enable greater transparency and stakeholder review. We held 2 virtual meetings at different times of the day, different days of the week, shared information at the in-person planning town halls in coordination with the city, and also with the Hillsborough River Interlocal Planning Board, TAC. We've also received public and stakeholder comments. We were able to work with those comments and incorporate that feedback into the final drafts. A complete copy of all of the comments received are included in your packet this evening. It was also sent out twice to the local, state, and regional agencies that regulate or have authority or jurisdiction over water. No objections were received. Staff found it consistent with much of the adopted water resources sections and language. A few of the representative goals, objectives, and policies are on the screen, including policies and goals and objectives from potable water, wastewater, and stormwater. So staff utilized those for consistency. And your Planning Commission recommends that you find TA CPA 22-08 consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, and they forward that recommendation to you all as City Council. This concludes my presentation. I am available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Any comments or any questions? Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I asked you this privately, but I just want to ask you publicly. Also, there's nothing about pure or a derivation of that was put back in since we voted on it last. So there's nothing that requires the city to move forward with converting wastewater to drinking water.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Anyone in the public that wishes to speak to agenda item number 3, TA CPA 22-08? Ms. Bennett.
Hi, my name is Carol Ann Bennett. I'm in support of this. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? I did not see anybody online for this. Motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
What is the pleasure of?
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes?
Vieira, Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Vieira being absent.
All right, all right. All right.
Councilman Carlson.
I just want to thank the Planning Commission staff. You all worked really hard over, a year or more on this and took a lot of input, so thank you for being thorough about it.
Agenda item number 4, file number TA CPA 22-24.
I believe it's going to go with 14, right?
It is going to go with 14, but
Yeah.
this needs to be heard first.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. This is TACPA 2224. It's a map amendment for the properties located at 6112 Southwest Shore Boulevard and 4733 West Bay Avenue. Subject site's within the South Tampa Planning District. It's within the Gandy Sun Bay South neighborhood. The subject site is within the coastal hazard area, and it is shown here on our locational map. Just a quick background, this is a privately initiated amendment. It's small scale in size. The subject site is approximately 0.48 acres. The request is to change the future land use from the residential 10 designation to the community mixed use 35 designation. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see the subject site. It's at the northeast corner of Southwest Shore Boulevard and West Bay Avenue. It's directly to the east of the West Shore Yacht Club, which contains single-family attached uses. There are some multifamily uses to the southeast, or I'm sorry, southwest of the subject site, and then there are detached single-family uses to the east and south of the site, just east of Southwest Shore Boulevard, and there is a commercial use to the north. This is an image looking north of the subject site from West Bay Avenue. This is looking south on South West Shore Boulevard. The subject site is to the left. This is looking east at the subject site from South West Shore Boulevard. This is looking north on South West Shore Boulevard. The subject site is out of frame to the right. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site, including parcels to the north, east, and south, are recognized on the residential 10 designation. The residential 10 designation allows development up to 10 dwelling units per acre. To the west of the subject site are lands recognized under the CMU 35 designation, and then lands to the south west of the subject site are recognized under the residential 35 future land use designation. The subject site is within the coastal hazard area, which is denoted by these green lines on the map. Here is the proposed future land use map showing the subject site under the CMU 35 future land use designation. The CMU 35 designation allows development up to 35 dwellings per acre or up to a 2.0 FAR. It has a bonus structure built into it that encourages mixed-use development. Here is a slide showing the potential impacts of the proposed change. Under the R10 designation, currently the subject site can be considered for 4 dwelling units or just over 7,300 square feet of non-residential development. Any non-residential development under the R10 would have to meet locational criteria. As proposed under the CMU 35 designation, the subject site can be considered for 16 dwelling units or just under 42,000 square feet of residential and non-residential uses. Due to the site being within the South Tampa Planning District, floor area ratio cannot be considered for single-use residential development. The request also has the potential to introduce multifamily residential development as well as commercial general uses on the subject site. We sent this off to several of our reviewing agencies, and we received an objection from the City of Tampa staff. This went to the Planning Commission on November 7th. The Planning Commission found the request consistent with the following policies. Land Use Policy 6.1.3, which supports proposals to convert non-residential properties along mixed-use corridors between major intersections to residential or mixed-use residential uses. They found it consistent with Land Use Policy 9.1.4, which encourages the vertical and horizontal integration of a complementary mix of commercial service and other non-residential uses that address the needs for families and households living in urban neighborhoods. And finally, found it consistent with Land Use Policy 9.3.1, which says areas adjacent to or within neighborhoods that are planned for non-residential uses shall be developed in a manner that is sensitive and compatible with the affected neighborhood. You will notice in our staff report that the Planning Commission staff found the request inconsistent. I want to, just to be clear, the attached resolution includes the policies that the Planning Commission cited in their consistency finding. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission recommends that the proposed map amendment be found consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan, and that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
So, just to clarify, Planning Commission staff found it inconsistent, but the board found it consistent.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other further questions? Thank you.
Yep.
We've got it on our screen, just to let you know.
We're going to do the old-fashioned way. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. You can turn on the L now. You guys see that?
You have been sworn in, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You will see what's on the overhead? Okay, great. So I think Danny did a good job identifying exactly where we're talking about. I think just to zoom out a little bit, and I want to thank Council for your indulgence in bringing up item 14 to immediately follow this. We're going to try to make very efficient use of the time here. Comp plan amendments can significantly sometimes increase the development rates for a property, which then get implemented by zoning. So sometimes a comp plan amendment, for example, the side-by-side that Danny showed multifamily uses coming in, lots of units per acre, lots of square footage. That can be constrained, and I'll suggest to you, I want to keep this very separate, that the PD application that this is related to and that follows this does significantly constrain and narrow those development rights that the approval of this comp plan amendment generates. But we're asking for this comprehensive plan amendment today because this property does have commercial zoning predominantly, but the current R10 future land use designation really limits the type of commercial. And so by approving this, what you're allowing us to do is through the PD that you're not going to hear in years, you're going to hear in a couple of minutes, that is going to be able to take advantage of that flexibility and show you precisely in very PD level detail what we're proposing for the site. So again, I think we're pretty clear where it is. There has been an enormous amount of residential development in this part of the city. I think council has heard that there have been issues with that. I think there's folks even in council chambers who might speak later about what we've heard from the neighborhood as a refrain of wanting something than just residential, having some type of commercial uses to serve all the folks that are coming to move there. This area is a mix of single family, but there is an enormous amount of multifamily dense residential across West Shore Boulevard, and that's exactly the population that we're hoping to serve with the commercial development. I'd like to show you one slide here. What you're seeing on the right is actually the Tampa zoning map, which we are going to amend that through the subsequent item 14. But for reference, it's helpful to show here that this is an existing commercially entitled area. For whatever reason, for a very long time, the area on West Shore, on the east side of West Shore between Bay Avenue and Ohio, has been designated for commercial use. And just due north of the property that we're talking about, there is an existing convenience store on the property that we are that may be the subject of a rezoning coming up shortly. There has been commercial development on the site previously. Danny already mentioned, and just to allay any confusion, that this project was found consistent by the Planning Commission. In terms of the neighborhood, I've alluded to this a little bit, but the amount of density that exists now in this corridor relative to what was there 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago is really stark. If you look at the West Shore Yacht Club, or anything on Rattlesnake Point, which this council's had the pleasure of hearing some of those projects in a lot of detail, including through litigation. I mean, there are towers going on in the Rattlesnake Point area. There is a significant amount of residential density, but there has really never been any retail, any commercial uses to follow up with that. The result of that means most folks are getting in their car, they're driving up to Gandy, things like that. What this comp plan amendment will allow us to do is to rezone the site for a specific commercial use that we think is going to be supported by the neighborhood. There's several supporting policies of the comprehensive plan that Danny alluded to, which are in your resolution. I'm not going to read those to you now. I'd like to have Michael Murray, who is the property owner and the developer, come up to speak a little bit about why he got involved in this project. Thanks.
Good evening, Council. My name is Michael Murray, 4614 South, Longfellow Avenue. I am the developer, although never been called that before because I actually have a day job, very boring, 9 to 5 in the insurance business. I have 3 small children, and it's our routine on the weekends. We get up and we get in the car and we go get donuts and coffee, drive down to Gandy to the Dunkin' Donuts because it's pretty much the only thing that's available to us. Our favorite park to go to is Picnic Island. Drive up and down West Shore Boulevard for years, and I've looked at this piece of property at 6112 West Shore and said, why is that a vacant lot? That is a prime piece of commercial real estate. To the north, as Tyler alluded to, there's an existing Quick Stop. Many get their bags of ice or their beverages before they go out on the boat. But 6112 is a vacant lot. When I was looking at it, there was over 50 cars parked that were servicing the multifamily development that was across the street. The workers were parking there. I made the call. I purchased the property. I have some relationships in the coffee and ice cream business. I created a plan with some architectural drawings. I brought it to some of my colleagues or some of my friends in the coffee and ice cream business. I said, this area has thousands and thousands of residential units in the surrounding area. Multifamily going up, brand new. I think they just started leasing recently. West Shore Yacht Club directly across the street. To the south is Port Tampa, where there's hundreds of new Lennar and WCI homes. And none of these homes have have any sort of commercial coffee, sandwich, ice cream to go to within the vicinity of their home. They have to get in the car and go to Gandy Boulevard like I do. So I just thought it was the perfect spot for a coffee, ice cream, light commercial retail center. And I bought the property. And then I realized why it was vacant. It's because due to all of today's codes to build up, you think of like there's a brand new Starbucks going on Gandy. If you look up, there's a retaining wall. The property is just not big enough to support a commercial building on its own with today's codes, because you can't just put down a piece of a building on the property. You actually have to build up retaining walls, which is why Kimley Horn was hired to do the site plan. I then acquired 4733 directly behind it so that I could have a bigger parcel that I could put a parking lot to support the commercial building that I would move closer to West Shore, so it had the West Shore frontage and the parking could be behind the building. But to be clear, my vision, I am not a developer. Like I said, I'm a neighbor. My plan is coffee, ice cream, neighborhood services, because I believe that commercial in neighborhoods make for better neighborhoods, a place for people to go meet after work or after school and get a cup of coffee. And the local brand that I'm courting loves the site, but it is contingent on, obviously, what we're here to talk about today. So thank you very much for your time this evening.
Any comments or questions? Thank you.
That concludes our presentation. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to agenda item number 4, file number TA CPA 22-24?
I'm tired. Y'all have to be tired. Y'all been sitting here all day. Good evening. My name's Stephanie Pointer. I'm the president of the Gandy Civic Association. We didn't take a vote on this, but everybody loves this idea. I've only heard of one person who didn't, and they were upset. But West Shore is a main drag. This is already zoned. Michael came to us long before he even filed the paperwork with the city. We support this. We want this. Our neighborhood is screaming bloody murder for it. So please, let's support this gentleman. I'd like to point out, and this is one issue that we are taking up as part of our CHHA meetings this week. The CMU 35 really scares the crap out of us. Now, Michael has told me, and Tyler have told me, that this is not going to be residential, nobody's going to put apartments in, and it would kind of be stupid to do so because they just built 585 across the street. I mean, like closer than here to the mayor's office. So it would be stupid. But, you know, we still have that apprehension because of that. And I completely believe that this gentleman is telling me the truth, but if he got hit by a bus on the way home, his wife would be smart to sell the property. So I don't know how that works. I want to support him. I'm here to support him. And I know Callie sent a letter, and Jean, I hope Jean's online, I don't know. But I am very much in support of this project. We need it.
Is there anybody else in chambers? Mr. Hudson, I've got just a few questions. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. There is a representative applicant. Okay. Are all setbacks met? How many waivers are going to be asked for? I'm sorry. I got to go to the next one. All right. Councilwoman Hurtak. That's the next one, but you see where my mind's going already.
Well, I had questions even before Ms. Pointer brought it up about the intensification of the CMU 35. Mm-hmm. Does it have to be that dense in order to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish?
It does not, and the permissible square footage that's created by this comprehensive plan increase is implemented by zoning. The next item you have is the zoning, and I want to be really careful about keeping things separate, but that is where questions about how big is the building, what uses are allowed, will be answered in zoning.
Yes, but my question is, I guess to accomplish that, did it need to?
It did, because
Okay.
CMU 35 allows a broader array of commercial
Okay.
uses, so that's why it was I wouldn't quite say this has been Rube Goldberg-esque, but we would have preferred to not file this comp plan amendment, but we had to, for reasons that'll be more apparent in the rezoning.
Okay.
Any other comments, questions? Nothing?
Second.
Motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
What is the pleasure of council?
You want me to read it? Carlson, go on. I yield to you, you've got more hair.
For now. Like to move file number TACPA 22-24, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan future land use element, future land use map for the property located at 6112 South West Shore Boulevard and 4733 West Bay Avenue from residential 10 R10 to community mixed use 35 CMU 35, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing effectivity.
We have a motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Hurtak.
I'm going to vote for this hesitantly because community mixed use 35, this site scares me. So I understand that the PD that's coming could solve that, but it couldn't. So don't make me regret it.
Yes. I thank you for saying that, Councilman Hurtak. Again, I'm of two minds. This city needs more density. More density means more transportation, but you can't have one without the other. I'll be careful because I know Ms. Johnson-Velez is looking at me. The guarantees of what is planned on this aren't guarantees. So we have to be careful. And as Ms. Hurtak said, don't make me regret this. All right, let's have a roll call.
Carlson? Yes. Goods?
Yes.
Vieira? Maniscalco?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Motion carried with Vieira being absent.
Thank you. Now we will hear agenda item number 14.
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Before I jump to agenda item number 14, Mr. Steve Michelini.
Yeah, we need to know what the second reading on that's going to be.
Second reading and adoption will be held on January 5th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Madam Clerk, you're doing a fine job. Don't worry about it, okay? You're doing great. Mr. Michelini.
I just got confirmation from the owners to withdraw both of the cases, so we'd appreciate the council removing them from the agenda.
So move.
Second. That's item. You gotta see what item it was.
You got two items.
5, 6, and
5 and 6.
5 and 6.
And I'm sorry, forgive me.
On each one.
Mr. Shelby.
We were in the middle of, we had not started number 14
We
yet.
had not started 14. We had not.
And so you're recalling the 5 and 6 to handle that, and then we'll go back to number 14. I just wanna
Yes,
be clear.
that is correct.
Just want to clear that for the record. Thank you, sir.
We got it. All right, what is the, I need a motion for agenda item number 5, which is file number REZ 2107.
motion removed, Mr. Count.
Move to allow withdrawal.
Withdraw.
Withdraw. We have a
Move-
motion to withdraw from Councilman Good, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Need a motion for file, agenda item number 6, file number AB 221-10.
I move to withdraw
Second.
file number AB 2-21-10.
And,
We have,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, just so it's clear, to accept the applicant's withdrawal.
he requested it under oath.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. A motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by, who was that, Councilman Goods?
Yes.
By Councilman Goods. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed? Thank you very much. Agenda item number 14.
No, but may I say something, please?
No, ma'am, I am sorry. No,
All right.
ma'am.
Thank you all. Have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much. You too. Merry Christmas to you. Happy holidays. Agenda item number 14, REZ 22-115.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. This proposed rezoning.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we're leaving, if we can do that quietly, please. Thank you. Mr. Hussein.
This is a proposed rezoning at the location 6112 South West Shore Boulevard and 4733 West Bay Avenue. Proposed rezoning from RS60 Residential Single Family and CN Commercial Neighborhood to PD Planned Development, Restaurant, Drive-In, and Retail Sales, Shopper Goods. I'll now pass along to our Planning Commission.
Good evening, Emily Phelan, Planning Commission staff, and I have been sworn. The subject site is located within the South Tampa Planning District in the Gandy Sun Bay South neighborhood. The closest transit stop is located at South Manhattan Avenue and West Iowa Avenue. Bobby Hicks Park is the closest recreational facility located a half a mile east of the subject site, and the site is located within Level A evacuation zone and within the coastal high hazard area. Here's an aerial map of the subject site, and you heard it previously from Danny's presentation. It's surrounded by single-family residential and multifamily residential, as well as some commercial uses. This is the map of the adopted future land use, and the request was contingent upon the TA CPA 2224, which you just heard. The Community Mixed Use 35 designation provides for the consideration of general commercial and retail. The comprehensive plan promotes development to be sensitive to adjacent uses to minimize impacts to the surrounding area. The PD proposes a 0.15 FAR, which is below the anticipated intensity under the CMU 35 designation, meeting the intent of the comprehensive plan. The PD proposes the structure to be oriented towards Southwest Shore Boulevard. The drive-through window is proposed to the north side of the structure, and a 5-foot buffer is provided from adjacent parcels to the north, meeting the direction of the plan. A 5-foot buffer is also provided on the east from the single-family residential uses, meeting the policy direction as well. The comprehensive plan also promotes pedestrian safety and encourages commercial development that enhances the city's character and ambiance. In doing so, sidewalks are present along West Bay Avenue and South West Shore Boulevard, providing pedestrian connections between adjacent parcels and the public rights-of-way. Proposed sidewalks help ensure sidewalks interconnect with existing and future sidewalks. Overall, the proposed plan development would allow for development that is comparable and compatible with the character of the surrounding uses and is consistent with the development pattern anticipated under the CMU 35 future land use designation. This concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Any questions? Thank you.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. I'll go ahead and share the aerial view first. Zoom on into the property here outlined in red. As you see, the properties right now, Zone CN and RS60. Proposing a PD for restaurant, drive-in, and retail sales, shopper goods, as I'll show you in site plan to come. The subject property contains 2 lots, for approximately 0.49 acres. It's at the corner of Southwest Shore Boulevard and West Bay Avenue. To the north, you'll have lot zone CN, that's a quick stop. You also have residential single-family detached also to the north. To the east and the south, you have zoned RS60 with residential single-family detached uses. To the west, you have a PDA, the West Shore Yacht Club, and also residential single-family detached uses. I'll now show you the site plan provided by the applicant. As you see, it's here at the intersection of Southwest Shore Boulevard and West Bay Avenue. The lot currently is vacant at this time. The proposed building area is for 3,156 square feet. Vehicular access to the site is provided from South West Shore Boulevard and also West Bay Avenue. The retail restaurant use is proposed along the north end of the site with drive-through lane located to the north of the building. Vehicular traffic will have 2 points of exit and entrance. The maximum building height is at 18 feet. The applicant is proposing 6 waivers here, all to do with either transportation or natural resources. One of the transportation waivers is requesting a waiver from proposing 20 parking spaces when they are required to provide 28. So that's one of their waivers to come. I will now show the elevations provided by the applicant. North elevation. East elevation. South elevation. And also the west elevation. As I went out to the site, you'll see what I took pictures of. As you see, the site is currently vacant. To the north is that Quick Stop. This is running along West Bay Avenue. As you see, you have residential, single-family detached houses. That is to the east. As you see the vacant lot right here, and to the north you have that Quick Stop commercial use. Directly south of the vacant lot, you'll have residential, single-family detached. And across West Shore, you'll have also residential along the way. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the petition and finds the overall request to be inconsistent with the Land Development Code. Should it be approved by the City Council, modifications to the site plan must be completed between first and second reading as per the revision sheet. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. I'm going to go a little bit out of order. Alex is a licensed civil engineer with my firm and is going to really present the PD, how it works, why we need some of the waivers. But given some of the concern I heard during the comp plan amendment, which we can now talk about, I want to talk a little bit about trusting, but also verifying. We heard about trust, but let's talk about verification too. Whenever you all approve a PD, it's a very specific engineered site plan. It's got a lot of notes on it. It's got a lot of numbers on it as well. There's something in the code called the substantial change criteria. It's 27-138 sub 7. And if you want to make certain types of changes to a PD and they are substantial, they get you right back here. One change that is deemed substantial is the addition of a land use that was not previously approved. As Alex will discuss, multifamily is not an approved use. Nothing residential is approved on this site plan. If something, God forbid, as Stephanie alluded to, happened to Michael and his wife went to sell it, they would have to come back here to allow residential use. Councilperson Hertog was concerned about density using too much space. Right now we have a 0.15 FAR. The site area is 3,136 square feet. We can add 157 square feet, and Ms. Feely's team would likely approve that as a non-substantial change. But if we want to add 158 feet, we're right back here. If we want to change one setback by 1 inch, we're right back here. If we want to reduce one parking space, we're right back here. If we want to significantly change ingress, solid waste, loading, any of that, we're right back here. The benefit of PDs is that they're very, very specific. That's also sometimes the downside of PDs, is that they're very, very specific. But I think for council's benefit, for the benefit of the public, and certainly for the members of the community that Michael has been talking to for a long time about this, and he's going to talk about that more after Alex, this PD site plan is extremely restrictive on what can be done. And the changes that I think there's some trepidation about, things that could happen in the future, someone can ask for that, but they're going to have to come right back here to this council to convince the council that it's a good idea. So I just want to set the table with that a little bit. With that, turn it over to Alex.
Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive for the record. Here with us, Michael Murray, who you just met with Longfellow Capital. Kimley Horn is our civil team. Artie Cintron and Haley Skinner are with us from Kimley. Ricky Pederica is here from Dark Moss. RDB is the architecture. You'll see some renderings from them throughout the presentation. And then Steve Henry with Links and Associates is available virtually for any questions that are traffic related. I won't go into the location again. I think we're all very familiar where these parcels are now. This is, I know you've seen a couple different street view photos of this, but I did want to point out again that this frontage parcel is inherently underutilized given its location along the collector roadway of West Shore. And then the back, as you can see, is that single family home built in the 1950s. You can kind of see the sidewalk here. It's failing currently, and just this overall site is somewhat of an eyesore, for lack of a better word. Tyler noted this earlier, and just to go into a little bit more detail as it relates to the site's zoning, but also the zoning in the surrounding vicinity. So as mentioned a couple different times, the frontage parcel is zoned CN. So as you can see in this blue box on the left of the screen, Michael could go today and pull building permits and construct any of these uses, guaranteed they're compliant with code and dimensional regulations, as you can see in those boxes. So restaurant, daycare, bank, you're familiar with other commercial uses, and then this is just a selection of CN uses that we pulled, but there's definitely others. And then shifting over to the right side of the screen with the zoning map, again, the quick stop is directly north. That is a CN zone parcel. Also important to note, I don't know that this has been mentioned yet tonight, that single family home also due north of the site is also zoned CN. So effectively, with the approval of this PD, as you can see our site boundary outlined in the dash blue, we'd be effectively completing the box of commercial uses that have been historically planned in this specific section between Ohio and West Bay Avenue along West Shore. And this is a snippet from a zoning map from the zoning atlas from the city, and this is latest revised in 2016 before the city's GIS and all of these other available maps that we had online. And as you can see, again, this specific section along West Shore, just Ohio and Bay Ave, that specific section there, as you can see, it has been designated for commercial uses. And I think that's probably one of the most critical points of this application. Moving into the history of the usage on the site and away from some of the zoning history. So the site previously had a laundromat on site, and this image on the screen is not an exact replica of what was on this site. This is a similar development. The building was demoed in 2018. But we thought it was important to note that the laundromat is actually a commercial intensive use. And that had been existing on the site for many, many years. That is not permitted in CN. So that was a non-conforming use. And again, as mentioned, it was existing on that corner for quite some time before. So Zane did a great job laying out the site plan. I won't spend too much time on this. Again, access points off of Southwest Shore. Oops. Also along West Bay Avenue. The building's just a little over 3,000 square feet. It'll be a 2-tenant box commercial building with retail and restaurant usage. As you can see, we have some bike racks down there in the corner as requested by Planning Commission. We're installing all new sidewalks as well to enhance the pedestrian connectivity in that area, given it is a corner lot. This is the rendering of the proposed development, and I wanted to show this in the beginning so you could get somewhat of an idea of what we had proposed, but Michael will go into a lot more detail on this later along with his vision. But essentially this is what we're proposing, a modern look, and the Neighborhood Association has seen this as well. The application was found consistent by the Planning Commission, and then as well as the other different reviewing departments on the right side of the screen from the city. We are requesting 3 sets of waivers in conjunction with the application, most of them which I think will be pretty familiar to you all, and those are relating to buffers, trees, and then also transportation. So the first of our 2 buffer waivers is in regard to the VUA area, and that's along both West Bay Avenue and Southwest Shore Boulevard. So as you can see, we're required to provide 8 feet of vehicular use area, reducing that to 5 feet along West Bay and then 1.5 along Southwest Shore Boulevard. This site is somewhat unique in that there's extensive off-site buffering already provided within the right-of-way. So this is much more than what is required per code when you compile them together. So we're providing a total of 20 feet from the property line to the actual roadway along West Bay, and then 30 feet total buffer from West Shore Boulevard over to the property line on that side. And then our second buffering waiver is a use-to-use buffer request, and then this is, as you can see, the yellow is what is required. So 15 feet is required to the north and to the east. We're proposing to reduce that to 5. And it is important to note that we will have retaining walls here located along the north and the east. As Michael referenced, the site will be raised 4 or 5 feet to comply with the new FEMA flood maps. So there will be retaining walls along the edges of those buffers. And although we're reducing the width of the buffer, we did want to note that we are providing trees and landscaping in the buffer, trees that are not required in the 15-foot use-to-use buffer. The second set of waivers we have are related to trees, and the first one is to remove this grand live oak in the corner of the plan. And to be completely upfront, our original application proposed preserving that tree, and we had every intention of doing that. And as we got into the weeds of the design and started setting the finished floor elevation based off of the flood maps, we ran into 2 different issues, and that's both one on the ground level and then also one that's elevated. And the ground level being that we have to provide a significant amount of fill on the site, obviously, to get it 4 to 5 feet in the air from where it stands today. So that was going to pose a significant burden on the drip line for the tree. And then in terms of, from a bird's eye view, whenever we raise the site, we have vehicles entering and exiting right next to that tree. There was not enough vertical clearance between the tree and the top of the vehicle, so the amount of pruning we would have to do would be destructive to the tree. So that is, like I said, we worked really, really hard on that. There are reasonable reconfiguration alternatives we submitted, and as mentioned, we did try to save that tree. And the second one is one that's probably unique to you guys. I don't know that we've ever brought this before you, but this is because based off of the site, how small it is, we have to provide stormwater vaults for underground retention. So we provide those typically in the drive aisle areas around where the parking is, flanking the building. So we wanted to make sure that trees could be selected and that they could be protected in those terminal islands that wouldn't be disrupted by the underground stormwater vaults. So controlling kind of specific trees that have a certain root radius to comply with the spacing for the vaults underneath. And that's very technical, and we have civil and landscape that can answer specific questions on that too, but just a brief overview of that one. The next waiver request is one related to access, and this is to provide commercial access to West Bay Avenue. And I do want to note that I think it's really important that this is a request to maintain existing conditions. So we're not proposing a new access with this. We're not introducing new access off of West Bay. This has been existing for quite some time. As you can see, we have historical aerials of the site dating all the way back to February in 1995, and it's very blurry, but you can still see that there's connections both on West Bay and West Shore Boulevard, and that's from 95 ranging all the way up to 2019 following the demo of the building in 2018. So as mentioned, I mean, this access is historical to this site. This is not changing. This is not changing in location. This is exactly how it is today, just improved to comply with standards. And then the final waiver request we have is a parking waiver, and that's to reduce from 28 spaces to 20 spaces, which is a relatively moderate request. And I think it's important to note with this that in looking at the city's parking code, there's no differentiation in the ratio between a walk-in restaurant and a drive-through restaurant. All that is required is that you provide extensive queuing for drive-through restaurants. So we feel as if 20 spaces is plenty for the patrons that are going to access the site by parking and going in. And we are providing over 150 linear feet of queue, which is sufficient for these operations on site. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Michael. He's going to go over some of his extensive outreach with the neighborhood, and as well as a little bit more of his vision, and we'll pull the rendering back up on screen for him also.
Thank you, Alex. Michael Murray, 4614 West Longfellow Avenue, and when I bought the property, I told my kids I was going to build a commercial building to sell things, and my daughter, she's sick. She asked if she could sell her seashells in one of the buildings, and I told her yes. So letting you down would be letting her down, and I promise not to let you down. And there will be some seashells in there for sale at one point in time. But when I bought this property, I had a vision for it. Didn't really know exactly how it was all going to come together, but I formed a really awesome team. And one of those first team members was Rob Blount, RDB Design. And together, I hired him to take my vision and put it into a rendering. And that is what you see up here on the screen to your right. I wanted some sort of coffee, donuts, neighborhood services, and through a relationship I have in the coffee business, I brought this design to him and said, here's what I'm thinking. I love local. I'm coming to you first. It's a well-known local brand that you all know. And I said, here's what I'm thinking. Would you be interested? And he said, Absolutely. They want to open about a store a year, and this would be an awesome plan for 2023. But before I brought this to the next step, which to go forward with a lot of the expenses to get this here to you to this day, I wanted to talk to the community. So my first step was to reach out to the associations, and I got in touch with Stephanie Pointer, who invited me to Gandy Civic Center. And I met with Interbay and Ballast Point and Gandy Civic and Than, and I presented this concept to them. They asked me to come back about 2 weeks later to a quarterly civic association meeting. At this time, I took these photos, I blew them up on big poster board, I presented at the Gandy Civic Association, and the audience was in complete support. I've received nothing but support from anybody that I've brought this concept to, and including, I know Stephanie has posted on her social media, I've read all the comments. The neighborhood wants this, they need it. All neighborhoods need something local in the commercial to go have as part of the community as a meeting point. And so that gave me the energy to get behind this and to go forward. And if you know anything about the retail or the restaurant business today, pre-COVID, it was 80% sit down, dine in, 20% drive through. Today it's completely flip-flopped. It's 20% sit down inside and 80% in the drive through. The drive-through is a necessity for this project to go forward. As you know, on Gandy Boulevard to the north, there's a brand new Starbucks that has a drive-through. Obviously, the Dunkin' Donuts have a drive-through. So this whole project is really predicated on the concept that we put forth with the drive-through. And as Tyler mentioned, the PD limits us to this. This is my plan. I have my tenants lined up should this be approved, and within 24 months, hopefully the neighborhood will have walking, golf cart, biking distance to coffee and possibly ice cream. Thank you for your time. Open for questions.
Councilman Hurtak.
Knowing that drive-throughs can disrupt residential areas, would you be willing to put a time on, like a opening, closing time on your site plan?
Yeah, absolutely. We've discussed that already. I believe city code is 10 p.m. and I would definitely be open to adhering to city code. Absolutely. Okay. We're not trying to open up Taco Bell drive-through that's open all night. I understand the concern of what it could be. I don't think a brand like that would open in a secondary street. You know, West Shore Boulevard's a main thoroughfare, but it's not Gandy, it's not Kennedy. It's I think the local brands are the ones that are going to want to be a part of this project. But to answer your question, yes.
And my other question goes to the neighbors to the east and the north, and how they feel about both the walls and the buffering. That the 15 feet buffer to 5 feet buffer, and the type of vegetation is what I'm curious about.
I'm glad you asked. I failed to mention that I actually physically mailed letters to every surrounding house. I received one call back. Most of the letters were to an out-of-state address, but the Quick Stop actually called me up and invited me into the Quick Stop. I've continued to build a relationship with them. They're going to be very good neighbors. And then the neighbor directly to the north of 4733 West Bay, really the number one property to be concerned of. I actually sat in her driveway on a Sunday morning, and I just walked up down in the driveway, and I introduced myself. She welcomed me in. We sat there right in her driveway in her chairs, and I had the pictures. I showed her the project. She's been there for over 30 years. And she commented to the fact that that area has always been slummy, and she loved the fact that we were going to clean it up. And she had one request, and she wanted us to build a privacy fence for her. Currently in her backyard, there's a chain link fence. It's been like that the entire existence of her time there. And she said, I've always wanted a nice privacy fence for my backyard. She has a swimming pool. And I told her I'd build her the nicest privacy fence she's ever seen, and she was very, very appreciative. And she has my cell phone number, and she can contact me anytime. But yeah, that's, my intention is to build, probably overbuild. You know, my eyes are bigger than the neighborhood should really afford, but I like nice places to visit myself. Think Bay to Bay, there's a nice concept similar or maybe identical to what I'm thinking, and I'm gonna make this extremely nice.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Any other questions? Mr. Hudson, does this conclude your presentation? Yes, sir. Thank you. Is there anyone in the public which speak to agenda item number 14, file number REZ 22-115?
Good evening. My name's Stephanie Porter, and I support this project. And there was something else I was going to say. Oh, I don't want a laundromat there. I don't want any things that they can put there by right. This is what we want. And in the CHHA meeting, we've had 4 meetings in the last 24 hours. And in every single one of those meetings, people brought up this development. They are so excited about it. So please support it.
Anyone else who would like to speak to this agenda item? Mr. Hussein, what do you want to say?
I'm just here. So if approved, modifications between the first and second reading as per the revision sheet, and also we are going to add hours of operation on the site plan also. Is that correct? Okay, great.
Need a motion to close? So motion closed by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed? Oh, let's who wants to read this one? How about Councilman Miranda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 14, file number REZ 22-115. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration and ordinance rezoning property general vicinity of 6112 Southwest Shore Boulevard and 4733 West Bay Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS60, residential single family, and CN, commercial neighborhood, to PD planned development, restaurant, drive-in, retail sales shop goods, providing an effective date. And the zoning will allow better utilization of the land that is consistent with the intensity anticipated under the community mixed use 35. And the proposed development as shown on the site plan promotes and encourages development that's appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. Proposes to promote an efficiency, sustainable use of land and infrastructure. The design of the proposed development is unique and therefore in need of waivers. The requested waivers do not substantially interfere or injure the rights of other properties and would be affected by the waivers.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Let's have a roll call vote.
Goods?
Yes.
Vieira? Maniscalco?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Pertak?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Motion carried with Vieira being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 5th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
It's been a while since we adopted the agenda, so I believe we're at agenda number 9, agenda item number 9, file number REZ 22-61.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. This proposed rezoning is at the location 3602 North 50th Street and 3501 North 46th Street. Proposed rezoning from RM16 residential multifamily to PD planned development, funeral parlor, and cemetery. I'll now pass along to our Planning Commission.
Good evening, Emily Phelan, Planning Commission staff. The subject site is located within the Central Tampa Planning District, East Tampa Urban Village, and the Highland Parks neighborhood. The closest transit stop is located along North 50th Street. Grant Park is the closest recreational facility located 0.35 miles northeast of the subject site, and the site is not located within an evacuation zone. Here's an aerial map of the subject site. The surrounding area contains a mixture of single-family homes, usually down here, light commercial uses along North 50th Street, and semi-public uses, and this is an existing cemetery. Here's the future land use map, the adopted future land use map of the subject site. The subject site is within 3 designations: the community mixed use 35 in the pink, the community commercial 35 in the red, and the R20 in the brown. The community commercial, it also exists here, and the public, semi-public, that's blue, is the existing cemetery, and this is R10, which is the single-family residential. A funeral home can be considered within the community mixed-use 35 and community commercial 35 designations, and a cemetery can be considered within all 3 future land use designations. The proposed funeral home and cemetery would be appropriate, comparable, and compatible with the surrounding area. The comprehensive plan promotes pedestrian safety and encourages commercial development that enhances the city of Tampa's character and ambiance by requiring new commercial development to connect building entrances to public rights-of-way. The subject site is within a mixed-use corridor and a transit infrastructure corridor. The plan development has somewhat satisfied the plan direction by providing a front door that faces the public right-of-way with pedestrian connections to the parking lot and North 50th Street. However, a sidewalk connection to North 46th Street and a sidewalk along North 46th Street is not provided. Planning Commission staff requests a sidewalk connection and sidewalk be provided on North 46th Street between first and second reading. The site plan also lacks critical information that Planning Commission staff requires to evaluate if a request is consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Due to the application not delineating the future land use designations and not providing the acreage of each future land use designation on the site plan, Planning Commission staff cannot determine if the proposed PD is consistent with the intensity anticipated under each future land use designation. Planning Commission staff requests the applicant provide the acreage and delineate the future land use designations on the site plan between first and second readings. Planning Commission staff is concerned with the loss of wetland on the subject site. The comprehensive plan speaks to protecting wetlands by cooperating with the Environmental Protection Commission. On the Elmo are policies that are directly from the comprehensive plan that were included in the staff report that speak to coordinating with the Environmental Protection Commission regarding wetlands. Development is prohibited within designated wetlands as delineated by EPC, and there should be no net loss of wetland functions. The current design does not protect or provide buffers for the wetland. The building and parking are placed on top of the wetland without approved mitigation plan. Planning Commission staff encourage the applicant to work with Natural Resources and the Environmental Protection Commission to minimize any potential negative impacts. In conclusion, Planning Commission staff finds the request inconsistent due to the development within the designated wetland and the aforementioned information between first and second readings. This concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Any questions?
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. I'll go first and share my aerial view of the subject property. As you see, the subject property is outlined in red. The proposed rezoning is for a funeral parlor and cemetery. This development is for an extension of the existing cemetery to the north. If you look at the aerial view, you'll see to the north and west are zone RO1 and RM16, and this is developed with this cemetery that's being expanded. The properties to the east are zone RM16 and CG and developed with residential single-family homes and vacant land. The properties to the south are zoned RS60 and developed with residential single-family homes. And the proposed height of the development is for 35 feet in height, as I will show you the site plan to come. The proposed height is for 35 feet in height. The total parking is for 82 parking spaces required, and the applicant is providing 141 parking spaces. Vehicle access comes from North 50th Street and North 46th Street. The whole site contains 16.91 acres or 736,635 square feet. Currently, the land being proposed to be developed on is vacant at this time. The proposed funeral home right here, I'll zoom in a little bit. Proposed funeral home is for 18,240 square feet. And the proposed cemetery square footage is 446,870 square feet. I'll go ahead and show the elevations provided by the applicant. This is the west elevation of the funeral home. This is the north elevation. The south elevation. And the east elevation. As I went out to the site and took pictures, I'll show you what the current site looks like. As you can see, trees, as far as I can go, sorry. Wow. Trees and vacant land. More trees and vacant land. Here I'm facing North 50th Street right here. And a closer view of North 50th Street. The applicant is requesting 4 waivers. These are from urban design, transportation, and natural resources. Upon review, development review and compliance staff has reviewed the petition and finds the request to be inconsistent with the Land Development Code of Regulations. These findings come from natural resources, development coordination, transportation, and also the Planning Commission. If approved, modifications must be made to the site plan between first and second reading as per the revision sheet. I have Aaron here from Natural Resources who has some comments.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Can you put that site plan back on? I mean, Aaron might be speaking to this, but I just have to ask anyway. I mean, zoom in. So I see the word wetland right in the middle of the parking lot. Is that where the wetlands are? Or do we not know?
Aaron?
Yeah, that's correct. The wetland, well, so Aaron Mayor Development Coordination, this is the site plan. The wetland is shown here, and I also have it shown here on this plan. Let me just, in blue, showing where the wetland is located. And it hasn't been delineated by EPC, but it has, they have submitted an arbor or a consultant who did a survey of the wetland, but those lines have not been affirmed by EPC.
But if we approve this, we're basically approving a building and a parking lot and a wetland.
Oh, it is conditional upon EPC's approval of the entitlements of this project, but
Is there a reason we don't have those already?
the applicant has not submitted them. We
Okay.
have requested them.
Thank you.
Councilman Goods.
If my memory serves me correct, that whole area right there floods tremendously, correct?
I do not know that
All right.
information.
If my memory correct, that portion there is right next to the back end of either Myrtle or Gardner Memories, correct? Am I correct?
Could you have that on the record, please?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Right? So,
Correct, that's what it backs into, yes, correct.
right, backs up into it, right? And that block piece is what those sets of trees are. And if I'm not mistaken, anytime it rains, TPD has to go out there and close that whole street off. Am I correct? We don't know, I mean.
I do not know that.
Don't know.
I do not know if TPD closed the street off.
Okay, all
when
right,
rain comes.
transportation, okay, well, I would think transportation would know that because that street is closed off because it's underwater severely. And I can look at the fork in my mind when I go lake. You go to the fork here, you've got, I think it's a Constantino monuments or something in the site, Mr. Miranda. If we're going east, to the southeast corner, I believe. And again, Jonathan, do we have information on that, Jonathan? Anything about that area, Jonathan? I mean, that's...
Jonathan Scott, Transportation Planning. I do not know about that. I mean, they'll have to work these out during permitting if there is things like that. I mean, haven't heard anything about that.
Really? That's very interesting.
Is there anyone, Mr. Goose? I don't know whether stormwater attends these meetings, but would that be a question?
Yeah, I mean, it's,
stormwater?
that's why I asked that question, because I know 100%.
Well, I'm going to ask you. I know what you're about to finish with that sentence, but I'm going to ask you to, if you can elicit that, that's great. You can certainly see what the petitioner knows, and I don't know who else is present who would be able to know it. But it's worthy of discovery and discussion, but please do not use your own personal knowledge to testify, especially if that's what the board is going to base its decision on. Thank you.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Did you show photos of the site already? Can I see them real quick, just to see exactly the location? I see 50th Street, but I want to see exactly where it is.
As the site is predominantly a wooded area. This is vacant land.
Do you have any other photos?
There's only so much access into the actual wooded area.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Oh. Can I continue on with?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So, Aaron Mayor Development Coordination, Natural Resources has a finding of inconsistent, and I just want to speak to why this is. You can see here from the site plan that the wetland is almost completely covered over with either drive aisles or the building on the site plan here. And this has been a very challenging site plan to review for natural resources because it lacks the EPC wetland delineation and the approval of the impacts to the wetland. While the applicant has provided a consultant to survey the wetland lines have not been delineated by EPC, and nor have the impacts to the wetland been reviewed by EPC. Typically at this stage, when projects are being heard by City Council, these items are requested, they are provided to Natural Resources for evaluation and review. So Council, my comments are provided in the staff report. If you refer to bullet 1, there are 2 code sections listed. Note that 27-287.5 does not apply, as this applies to Upland Habitat Overlay District. However, the first code section listed, 27-286A, does apply, and I will read that now into the record. All development landward of a wetland shall be designed so as to minimize any adverse effects on the wetland and its hydro period, and shall be conducted in a manner that will ensure that soil erosion or other discharge of contaminants will not occur to the detriment of the wetland. In addition to these, in addition to that item that supports this in the report, there are additional code sections that I will now reference. So starting with the definition of what a wetland is, in section 27-43, a wetland is defined as land that is inundated or saturated by surface or groundwater in years of normal water conditions that falls under the jurisdiction of one or more of the following agencies: the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the Southwest Florida Water Management District, the Hillsborough County Environmental Protection Commission, and the Tampa Port Authority. And section 27-136 also speaks to natural resources elements that I will also now read into the record. Number 1 is to promote the efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure with careful consideration of potential adverse impacts on on-site natural elements surrounding impacted neighborhoods and cultural resources. Item number 5, 27-136.5, which is mentioned in the staff report, encourages flexible land development, which reduces transportation needs, conserves energy, and will maximize the preservation of natural resources, such as streams, lakes, floodplains, groundwater, wooded areas, uplands, and areas of unusual beauty or importance to the natural ecosystem, open space, green space, and historical and archaeological sites. And item 6, 27-136.6, promote and encourage development where appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding impacted neighborhoods, built environment, and existing geography. So for all these reasons listed above, Natural Resources has found this inconsistent in regards to the wetland. And that's
Any other
it.
questions?
Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Yep.
See, we let people build, and then they yell at us for not fixing the flooding. I'm just saying. All right, petitioner?
Good evening, council.
Hello.
I'm afraid we don't have David Singer. We ran a little too late for him, but you're stuck with me.
We have you. We have you.
Matt Newton, Shoemaker Loop and Kendrick, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 2800 here in Tampa. I'm joined by my able colleagues Liz Keller and Colin Rice. Then online we have the owner's representative John Guerin, as well as Dr. Dale Merriman, an environmental scientist. Next slide, please. As mentioned, we are in East Tampa here, right in between Highland Park and Grant Park. Next slide. And as Zane mentioned, this is an expansion of a large existing cemetery. Land Use Objective 19.6 discusses cemeteries as a vital component of the city's open space network, treasured cultural resources, and provide great value to the community in terms of open space, passive green space, solitude, wildlife habitat, and mature trees. Of course, there's not many more new cemeteries being built. It is a bit of an endangered resource in the city. So this is a good opportunity to expand the Garden of Memories eastward. And the driving point of this is to transition out of this existing funeral home, which has access from 40th off of Lake Street here, and propose a new funeral home off of 50th Street with direct access off of this major corridor. Next slide. In the neighborhood, of course, are a large number of cemetery-related uses. There's an existing, the Centro Español Cemetery directly to the north, Garden of Memories, of course, to the west, some open storage to the southwest, existing single family to the south, a group care facility here right north, and then above that, an existing bank. So an additional cemetery use is certainly compatible and consistent and is in harmony with various comprehensive plan elements that concerns that, such as Land Use Policy 1.2.3, Land Use Objective 9.3, and Land Use Policy 15.2.1. Next slide, please. The existing site, which I walked yesterday and was covered in burrs, is largely an existing green field here. Various existing trees. In fact, there's 11 grand trees on site. The wetlands that have been discussed at length already. Eastern frontage here along the east. And then buffering and screening to the south is kind of sparse trees with an existing chain link fence, which is largely providing the existing screening. Next. Most of the natural resources on site are going to be preserved because in a cemetery setting, large grand trees, green fields, those are amenities. So, of course, everything here to the west where the proposed cemetery is going to remain or is going to be proposed is going to largely be natural. Here, Councilman Goods, a very large stormwater pond will be installed here to make sure that surface water stays on site. And I'm not familiar with the flooding of this part of town and the shutting down the roads, but hopefully a stormwater system approved by Swift Mud will resolve that. Along the south here, we are proposing upgraded buffering and screening. Although we would like a wooden fence, we feel like that's architecturally consistent with what we're envisioning here. And then, of course, the proposed funeral home here, close to 50th Street, which is in harmony with the urban village, with direct access pedestrian to the sidewalks over here. So, as discussed, there are a number of waivers. First, we would like to pay into the sidewalk fund as opposed to installing sidewalks. As a development advocate, as a resident of the city of Tampa, I normally, and as I say to clients, sidewalks are a long-term goal. Essentially puzzle pieces. I don't buy into the sidewalk to nowhere fallacy because long-term projects, you want to have a sidewalk here, 50 years later it may connect to something else, 5 years later it may connect to something else. But here, which is where the sidewalk would be developed, we're flanked by cemeteries. There's conditions or goals rather in the comprehensive plan that make it very hard to turn a cemetery into something else, to respect remains. Essentially, once a cemetery, always a cemetery. So there's not really a vision where there's going to be residential moving in here, mixed-use development. This road goes all the way up here, which are all cemeteries on either side. We would like the option to pay into the fund, have sidewalks be placed elsewhere in the city where there are residential uses, where there are mixed uses, where they'll be better taken advantage of with those resources as opposed to placing a sidewalk here. Additional waivers, the familiar one about access to a local street for commercial, again, the 46th Street, we have an ancillary access there. That kind of plugs into the existing funeral home or cemetery. So that's the goal of that. Since this is in the East Tampa Overlay District, we need a waiver to exceed 30% of landscaped areas grass. Obviously, this is a unique use that's very grass dependent. So we need a waiver for that. We also request to remove one of the 11 grand trees on site. Again, that is always disappointing, especially with this use. But it is necessary to maximize and take reasonable use of the site. Next slide, please. So to emphasize, 46th Street, this is an image I took yesterday. You can see the existing walking paths to the cemetery here to the west or on the left side. This is the site here on the right. Next.
Mr. Chairman, Matt, that's that side street, right?
This is 46th Street, which is running north and southwest.
Going back into Highland Pines, right?
Yeah, this isn't, well, actually,
Right in the back of Highland
let me
Pines,
pull up the,
side
yeah,
street.
let me see. Let me get a better site here. So 46th Street is here. This is what we're looking at images of. And then Garden of Memories is existing, is here. And then this is the vacant parcel. This is the Espanol Centro Cemetery here to the north. Does that orient you, Councilman?
Oh, I know exactly.
Oh, okay.
I go there a lot, you know, me too.
Yeah. So this is the same street, just facing south. And again, you can see the existing berm here, and then the cemetery here on the right side. Pivoting to the wetlands, I could certainly hear Councilwoman Hurtek's disappointment and frustration. These wetlands were discovered on site recently. Not super recently. This application has been pending for 280 days. But after the process, these were discovered. Our hope is to not get special treatment. We want to depend on the able professionals at EPC after approval to evaluate the mitigation plan, go through any process as if this were already entitled for a cemetery. And then, of course, if there are any issues with that, we would need to come back. Dr. Merriman is available online. He has gone out to the site to inspect the wetlands. We're very confident that these are not pristine wetlands, and that a mitigation plan will be worked out with EPC. Of course, we are taking that risk by following that process after zoning as opposed to concurrent or before, but we are comfortable with that plan. And obviously, we will be very embarrassed if we do have to come back after the fact. We are not insensitive to this. I understand the policies. Here, it really is a balancing act between these wetlands and depending on the EPC process and the SWIFMUD process, and going through mitigation either on-site or throughout the other options that are available to the owner, or further keeping this parcel vacant when we have an opportunity to upgrade a facility that will benefit the community. I've heard this before, that death care is health care, tends to be neglected as part of the process, but this is an asset that will be valuable to the community moving forward. So in conclusion, at the end of the day, there's an outdated funeral home here with access from lake. Here, a site where we have direct access off of a main road, a natural transition, compatible, consistent with number of land use objectives and policies that favor compatibility and like uses. Understand the concerns with the wetlands, we do, but we respectfully request your consideration and approval, and to trust the able folks at EPC between now and development. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Councilman Carlson.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask legal, in the last couple of years, the city has had a cemetery dumped on us because the family ran out of money. I know the state regulates trust funds and everything, but are we allowed to ask any questions about the financial viability of this, or how the taxpayers in Tampa might get stuck with this one day in the future?
Kate Wells, Legal Department. Since you are considering this as a quasi-judicial hearing, any questions that would be appropriate would relate to the criteria in Chapter 27. So financial viability of a project is not included in that. So while I understand your concerns, it's not part of council's consideration this evening.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Shelby.
Yes. What is relevant or may not be, and that's a question maybe perhaps for legal or city staff, is the relevancy of having to have the EPC delineation before it comes to council, and what is the effect if it's not done and council grants it, and is it not able to be permitted? I guess that is a question that may be relevant, whether this is appropriate to grant without that approval. depending on what the code says, and you have staff available for that if you want to inquire further.
I don't want to inquire.
Anybody want to inquire any further? Thank you.
Motion to close.
I
No,
gotta
sorry.
have public comment. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to make comment to agenda item number 9, file number REZ 22-61? Seeing none. Do we have anyone online?
No one is registered.
Thank you. We have a motion to close by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Goods.
No, can I take this one?
Have at it.
Yes, I would like for you to take care of it since Councilman Goods has rejected it.
I'm just shocked that this came in front of us. File number REZ 22-61. I move to deny this for the property located at 3602 North 50th Street and 3501 North 46th Street. Due to the failure of the applicant to meet its burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence that the development as conditioned and shown on the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code, and the applicant's failure to meet its burden of proof with respect to the requested waivers. I also adopt the findings and readings of both the Planning Commission and city staff reports. Basically, the failure to comply with applicable goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan, such as, although the proposed use would be appropriate compatible with the surrounding area, the proposed rezoning results in a loss of wetlands on the site. The current design does not protect or provide buffers for the wetland. Instead, it places the parking and funeral home directly over the wetland in violation of environmental policies 1.9.9 and 1.9.10. And yeah, I'll stop there. No one's gonna
Second? No.
Motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Goods. Roll call vote.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson. Goods,
Yes.
Vieira, Maniscalco,
No.
Miranda,
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson voting no, Vieira absent at vote, and Maniscalco,
Voting no.
no. No.
Said it's gone. So,
Agenda item number 11, file number REZ 22-99.
Oh, I would need to read.
I'm on the top tier.
Carried.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 11, case REZ 22-99 for the location 4621 East Lake Avenue. Proposed rezoning from RM16 to RM24 residential multifamily. I'll now pass it on to our Planning Commission.
Emily Phelan, Planning Commission staff. The subject site is located within the Central Tampa District in the Highland Pines neighborhood. The closest transit stop is located northeast on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Charles B. Myrtle Hill Memorial Park is the closest recreational facility located directly north of the subject site, and the site is not located within an evacuation zone. Here's an aerial map of the subject site. It's here in purple. The surrounding area is characterized by a mix of single-family, public, semi-public, and light commercial uses. The city of Tampa owns parcels to the north here. Hillsborough County owns parcels to the east, and there is a cemetery to the south. Here's the adopted future land use map. Again, the subject site is here, and it's in purple, and the community commercial 35 designation is all of this red, and all of the blue is public, semi-public. And over here, further to the northeast of the subject site is CMU 35. The proposed residential multifamily zoning district is consistent with the underlying future land use designation per the consistency matrix in section 27-21 of the Land Development Code. The subject site is 1 block south of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, a transit infrastructure corridor. This comprehensive plan encourages residential infill in areas in proximity to employment opportunities and commercial services. The subject site is located within a mixed-use corridor, and future development of the site should address mixed-use corridor policies in the comprehensive plan. The proposed RM24 zoning would allow for development that is comparable and compatible with the character of the surrounding uses and is consistent with the development pattern under the CC 35 future land use designation. This concludes my presentation. If you have any questions?
Any questions? Thank you.
I'll wait for Zane.
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. I'll go ahead and show the aerial view of the property. Now, this is quite close to the last case. Proposed rezoning 4621 East Lake Avenue. Proposed rezoning from RM16 residential multifamily to RM24 residential multifamily. The proposed development of the properties for residential multifamily uses. The subject property contains 5,375 square feet, or approximately 0.12 acres. The general vicinity is south of East Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, east of North 46th Street on the south side, and of East Lake Avenue also along the south. The site is currently vacant at this time. The site is surrounded by vacant land to the east and the west, as I'll show you in pictures to come. There's also Myrtle Hill Memorial Park to the north, residential single family to the south, and RM16 zoning is on all sides of this property. The property also to the south of East 32nd Avenue is vacant, and it's also part of the cemetery use on Lake Avenue, as you see here to the south. The proposed rezoning to RM24 will allow for 2 units on the site, which is consistent with the surrounding uses in the immediate area. I'll go ahead and show the pictures I took when I went on site. As you see, the vacant site as is. To the northeast, you have vacant land here. Also, a little bit farther to the north, you have a monument shop that creates monuments for the cemetery to the south. To the south, you'll have residential. Also the cemetery behind that. And to the north, you'll have Myrtle Hill Memorial Park in this location. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed this whole application and finds the overall request to be consistent with the Land Development Code. I'm here for any questions if needed. Yes, sir.
Mr. Shelby, you gotta catch me because I get myself in trouble here.
Are you
Zane, you already know where I'm going with this, man. You already know. I mean, I don't understand how
phrase it in the form of a question.
There you go.
Sorry, sir. Sorry.
Very quiet neighborhood. That's why they have fences up around them. People are dying to get in.
Does stormwater even take a look at these areas at all? That's my biggest thing right now. I mean, Do they? I mean, Jonathan, does stormwater go out there, evaluate?
Stormwater, our whole staff, and that goes up and down the ladder from transportation, stormwater, solid waste. They look at every single case, every single project, up and down. And this case was found consistent on every single level. So this is found consistent overall, too.
A suggestion, council, might be that if stormwater is, just as Jonathan Scott is here tonight, and Jonathan is a regular visitor to city council and is here to answer questions with regard to transportation, if stormwater is an issue, then maybe we have to send some sort of.
Stormwater is an issue. I mean, that whole, I mean, to have a development there, knowing that there is a problem there, and those folks who are currently living there, sometimes can't even get out of their home and get to their home because we closed the whole street out for weeks. I just have a problem with this, and I think, I just think somehow Storm needs to do a better evaluation of that area right there, because to me, we have transportation problems and we have health concerns to the public there. I just have a problem with this. I mean, it's a lot, I guess, you know, I get it, but I just see problems here, more future problems. I just have a problem with this because the area and the natural resources around this area, to me, it's a hazard. It's a hazard for me. I just don't understand. I just don't understand. We just do something versus actually, there's a problem there. And we, staff, well, you know there's a problem there, but we'll bring this stuff before us for this body to you know, I just don't understand. I just don't. Thank you, Zane.
Of course.
Finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? Petitioner? Oh, good Lord.
I believe they're online.
He's online?
Chair, we're currently having one is currently having technical issues, I believe, going on cell phones, so TNI is working with them right now.
Cell phone, you can't see him. This is
Correct.
not camera?
Nope, I'm not even able to elevate him because he's on a cell phone, so he doesn't have video capability at this moment.
Can we continue this to a future hearing when he can be in person or something? We can't do anything.
He's gonna have to ask for it.
Are there other items that we can take in the
We
meantime?
got one more. Let's go with item number 12, file number REZ 22-101.
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination, agenda item number 12, case REZ 22-101. This is for a proposed rezoning at the location 4523 West Chestnut Street. Proposed rezoning from PD Plan Development to PD Plan Development Residential Multifamily. I'll now pass along to our Planning Commission at this time.
Emily Phelan, Planning Commission staff. The subject site is located within the West Shore Planning District and the Carver City Lincoln Gardens neighborhood. The closest transit stop is West Spruce Street and North West Shore Boulevard. Lorietta Ingram Center Park is the closest recreational facility located a half a mile east of the subject site, and the site is located within Level C evacuation zone. This is an aerial map of the subject site. It is here in purple. There is a multi-family development to the east. Jefferson High School and Roland Park Magnet School are to the south, and a variety of commercial uses are to the west. The subject site is right here. It's hard to see with the number on it, but it's represented with the Regional Mixed Use 100 designation, which is this pinkish color to the north, east, and west of the subject site. And again, this is the school, which is why it's the public, semi-public. The subject site is located in a mixed-use corridor, and the and to the west is North West Shore Boulevard, a transit emphasis corridor. The subject site is within the West Shore Business District and West Shore Overlay District, and per the City of Tampa urban design, the site meets the standards which support policy direction within the comprehensive plan. The plan development proposes a density of 58 units per acre, approximately 58% of what can be considered under the Regional Mixed Use 100 designation. Planning Commission staff finds the proposed uses and intensity are consistent with the urban development pattern anticipated. The comprehensive plan encourages residential, mixed-use, retail, service commercial. The comprehensive plan encourages residential, mixed-use, retail, service commercial, and other pedestrian-oriented uses along mixed-use corridors to be oriented towards the street by placing them towards the front of properties with entries and stoops fronting the street. The proposed building is oriented towards North Trask Street, consistent with mixed-use corridor and multifamily design policy direction. The proposed rezoning supports many of the policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to housing the city's population. The comprehensive plan encourages new housing on vacant land and underutilized land to ensure that an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. The proposed development is consistent with the development pattern anticipated under the Regional Mixed Use 100 designation and is comparable and compatible with the surrounding development pattern. This concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Any questions? Thank you.
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. I'll first go ahead and share the aerial view of the property. The proposed rezoning is for the development of the property with residential multifamily uses. The subject site contains a lot area of 5,296 square feet or 0.122 acres. It's located at the location of northeast intersection of West Chestnut Street and North Trask. The subject property at this time is currently not developed. The site is surrounded by residential multifamily to the east, a school to the south, commercial to the west, and also to the north, as I'll show you to come. The property to the north and east of the site is zoned PD. This property is developed with 300 residential multifamily dwelling units and is known as the Land Tower West Shore Apartments. Directly west of the site, across Trask, is zoned CI over here, and that's developed with a restaurant. To the south of the subject site, across West Chestnut, is zone RS50, and this is Jefferson High School. And the existing PD at the site was approved for a 5-story structure over 1 story of parking for dwellings of 5 dwelling units. The proposed maximum building height was 65 feet tall, and the setbacks were approved for 3 feet in the front, 3 feet on the corner, and rear of also 3 feet. The proposed maximum height of this proposed rezoning is for 70 feet in height, as I'll show you on the site plan right here. The proposed height is for 70 feet in height. As you see, the setbacks to the west are 3 feet, south 2 feet, north 3 feet, and east 3 feet. I'll now go ahead and show the elevations provided by the applicant. The elevation to the west, the elevation to the east, the elevation to the south, and the elevation to the north. As I will show you the aerial one more time. Access to the site comes from West Chestnut Street, West Boy Scout to the north, International Mall also to the north. the Land Tower Apartments, as I'll show you to come, and the restaurant on the west side, as I'll show you to come. There is a waiver requesting for 3 parking spaces. So required by code, they needed to have 12 parking spaces, and the applicant was able to provide 9 parking spaces, which is a 25% reduction. I will show you the site as is, currently vacant. Vacant site, Trask, which leads to Boy Scout. You have the Land Tower Apartments right here to the east. As you'll see, the intersection here, West Chestnut and West Trask, and the subject site vacant at this time. As I am at the corner here, Trask, Boy Scout, International to the north. To the west, you have a commercial restaurant. Looking east here, you'll have Chestnut, Land Tower Apartments, and Jefferson High School, the sports fields over here. A better view of the sports field here. There's a baseball stadium, a football stadium. As you see, the Land Tower West Shore Apartments to the east. These are 6 feet in height, which is comparable to the 70 feet in height proposed by the applicant. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request to be inconsistent with the Land Development Code. This is due to the 1 transportation waiver. If approved by City Council, the applicant must provide revisions to the revision sheet between first and second reading. I'm here for any questions. Yes, sir.
Councilman Goods.
Hey, can you put that lot back up? The picture of that lot?
Of course.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you. Petitioner.
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini, representing the petitioner for this particular project. You might have noticed that the land use designation is extremely high. It's Regional Mixed Use 100, which is a very intensive land use designation. It's one of the highest, if not the highest, in the city. You also might have noticed that it indicates in the staff report that this is a high traffic and transit area that's capable of handling a lot of traffic, as well as providing transportation needs other than single ownership of vehicles. This is a transit emphasis corridor, which is suitable for intensification, and this particular project does exactly that. It's a mixed-use corridor, and it's identified as one of the greatest opportunities to support the gradual transition and transformation of road networks and intensification to both public and private transportation. The comprehensive plan encourages residential mixed-use, retail, service, commercial, and other pedestrian-oriented developments along this corridor. We are providing 7 units. We're requesting 7 units with 9 parking spaces provided. And 12 units could be built on this particular site according to the land use designation. The land use regional use and mixed use corridors allow for the development of this particular project. It's supported by various land use designations and categories included livable cities, the city design standards, employment centers, mixed use centers, land use goals and objectives, the overall land use design, multifamily housing, and infrastructure support. So if I can just orient you briefly, I think Zane went over that with you. This is just south of the International Mall. It's surrounded on one side, on the west side, by a commercial restaurant and business, and on the east side by a 70-foot tall multifamily structure. And on the south side is the baseball field that he referred to, but it's across Chestnut Street, so there is a separation there. But this entire area is high-rise style multifamily developments. And our main constraint has been that you don't have enough room to add additional parking. We have one space for each unit plus 2 spare spaces. What we're missing is the visitor spaces that the city requires in the code. When you look through your land use report from the Planning Commission, you'll see there are a number of designated land use classifications that we're in compliance with, and that includes the city design 1.2 through 1.2.26, employment centers 2.2 through 2.26, mixed-use centers 6.1 through 6.113, and overall land development classifications and land use goals and objectives 8.14, 8.142. So in the spirit of development on a smaller site, it's a very intensive with a very high land use designation. We're requesting that you be allowed to build the 7 units and provide 9 parking spaces. 4 of those units are smaller, so they're designed to be more affordable, and 3 of the units are larger, which are more towards market rate. I'm not sure what else I can add to it. Again, our city issue relates to the additional 3 parking spaces that are provided, or at least intended to be, for visitor spaces. And again, because we're on a high intensity transportation network and corridor, that should be a mitigation enough to not have to provide that. And it also encourages the use of more public transportation that is immediately adjacent to this site just to the north. Say what? Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, Azam al-Sheikh, the applicant. I guess I need to say a couple words just because the affidavit is not here for Steve. So I'm just here to answer any questions that you may have.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Just have one question. Are these apartments or condos?
Apartments.
Okay, so they're for rent.
Apartments.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? Does that complete your presentation?
It does.
Yes, sir.
Anybody in the audience who wishes to speak to this agenda item? Do we have anybody online?
No one is registered.
A motion closed by Councilman Maniscalco.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilman Carlson.
I'd like to move file number REZ 22-101, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 4523 West Chestnut Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification PD plan development to PD plan development residential multifamily, providing effective date.
Second.
I would say that the proposed development is consistent with land use policy 9.6.1 and housing policies 1.3.1, 1.3.3, and 1.3.4, which encourage new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure that an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future population. And the proposed development is shown on the site plan promotes or encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood.
We have a motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
Reluctantly, yes.
Viera, Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda, Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Viera being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 5th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, council. Also, thank you for your dedication in staying with all these hearings. I know it's not so easy sometimes, and you have to deal with a lot of different issues. So anyway, just thought I would throw that out to thank you for your assistance in all of these hearings.
Thank you. Ms. Suling,
Yes, sir.
did we ever get the applicant back online?
Yes, we do have Mr. Want on the line. He just needs to enable his video, and there he is.
Okay. I need for you to please raise your right hand so that you may be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel, does Mr. Hussein need to restate anything that he stated prior?
No,
Okay, applicant, you're up.
All right, so we are asking to change the rezoning of the current land from RM16 to RM-24. The lot itself is around 5,356 square feet, so we need an additional 71 square feet. So the RM24 would allow us to do the duplex on that property. And it's consistent with the future land use and the surrounding properties.
Any comments or questions? Seeing none, is there anybody in the audience who wishes to speak to this? Seeing none.
No one is registered.
And no one is registered. I have a motion closed by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. All in favor? Aye. Councilman Maniscalco.
Yes, sir. I'd like to move an ordinance. This is being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4621 East Lake Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to RM24 residential multifamily, providing an effective date. And based on some findings of fact here, I see that the applicant and this application is compliant with the applicable goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan, as noted in the Planning Commission staff report. For example, the proposed zoning district is consistent with the development pattern anticipated under the Community Commercial 35 future land use category and will help provide additional housing opportunities within proximity to transit and employment opportunities consistent with land use policies 1.2.8, 8.14.2, 9.4.1, and 9.6.2. Also, it is compliant with the Land Development Code. The proposed development promotes or encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. That is my motion.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Roll call vote.
Goods? No. Viera, Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Goose voting no, Viera being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 5th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Information and reports. Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got, believe it or not, 3 of them. I would like to make a motion to present commendation to our very, very good guy, our friend who just got inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame, Freddie McGriff. Freddie McGriff was inducted to the National Baseball Hall of Fame. He was the only player selected out of 8 nominees under consideration by a 16-person committee. Mr. McGriff was a unanimous vote, getting all 16 votes I will get back with the rest of his council members to see when I can get him to come before city council to get his accommodation.
Second.
And let me tell you, he's only about 3 or 4 home runs short of 500, and a nicer guy than that you ever want to meet. He was the same guy when he was, it's a long history. He got cut at Jefferson High School when he was started, but he was real skinny and not too tall. And he started doing exercise, he became what he is. Great guy.
And when they induct Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame, you make that motion, I'll second it too. If it ever happens, it should happen. It should happen.
That's
Second.
Well,
Second.
he invented what baseball's got now. They got gambling on all of them.
Exactly, so.
But anyway, the second one is 2 other gentlemen that are coming to Tampa, and both are going up to, I believe, radio station 97.1. They're both Hispanic all-stars in the broadcasting business. And listen to the names. I would like to make a motion to present a combination to Rocky Galat, better known as Rocky the Kid.
Second.
Who will be coming to Tampa soon. He is a Puerto Rican broadcaster personality. His first show at Despalote was an instant success and one of the top radio shows in Puerto Rico. He also spent time doing comedy and acting in service movies. At Despalote, the movie Ike Yoleta, another part of Puerto Rico, and another most watched TV show, Super Exclusivo, as co-host. And I will be making this presentation off-site.
Second.
Let's go back to the first. We had a motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco on Fred McGriff. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We had another motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. And the third one, I would like to make a motion to present a combination Javier Alexander Salazar, better known as the stage name Alex the Sensation. He's a popular award-winning radio DJ, music tastemaker, and recording artist. Alex Sensation was born in Bogota, Colombia, immigrated to the United States as a child. The Alex Sensation show has reached the highest rating in the market with more than 3 million weekly listeners. It shows Alex, the Sensation, is broadcasted on radio daily in New York, Miami, Puerto Rico, Orlando, and now in Tampa.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Miranda,
And I
seconded.
would like to make it, if possible, the 15th of December, if not off-site, depending how I can get with the records.
Second.
Made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Is that it?
That's it, sir.
Thank you very much. Councilman Goods.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've had some employees come to me in reference to our garages, and I thought there was a system in place for our employees. So I need to find out what's going on because they're saying there are waiting lists in these garages, and our employees can't be able to park in the garages. And I saw one of our employees the other day walking from here all the way down to catch a trolley to go to the Ybor garage, and they work up here. So I want to know what's going on. So I request for the administration to report back on January 5th, 2023, on the staff reports and unfinished business on the employee parking for employees in Fort Brooke garage, but really it's all the city garages that are currently over 500 people on a wait list, and employees who are having to park in locations such as Ybor City and having to catch a trolley to work. That's a problem to me. Also, again, you know, at nighttime and sometimes in the week, our clerks help us out a lot. I'm requesting that the administration see if they can find accommodations in reference to the clerk having a parking space in the brickyard or a reserved spot on one of these streets when they're here, because that's been an issue that's been bothering me a long time. And again, a couple of them came to me about it. So see if we can accommodate them as well. They do work hard for us.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman
January
Goods, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Aye.
Both
Any
January,
opposed?
both January 5th. Okay? Both January 5th, staff report. Both of them.
We didn't
Oh,
approve the first
I'm
one.
sorry. I thought, okay, I'm sorry.
Now, motion made by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco.
Okay.
On the second one, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Okay, during the hurricane, we had planned to do a special discussion meeting to discuss the progression of meetings and the order of business, and after today, like other things. So I would like to make a motion to schedule another special discussion meeting to discuss the things we didn't discuss, like order of business, staff reports versus memos, public comments, and rules of procedures. Does anyone have a date that works for them?
February 1st is light.
This would be before. This would not be during council. So this would be like 8:30.
Yeah.
Before a council meeting.
It's a light day, but unless you want it sooner.
I'm sorry.
I'm thinking, the one day we could do it is, on the 10th before commendations.
Perfect, I'll second that. Yeah,
Okay.
that works. In January, you're talking.
January 10th at 8:30 a.m. in the Sister Cities room
May I?
before commendations.
I'm sorry to chime in on this, but 8:30 is rather not much time because.
8 o'clock then.
8 o'clock it works for me.
Yeah.
It works
Thanks.
for them.
Good call. Okay.
Second.
Now, I just want to remind one other thing, Council, that you do have, on January 26th, you do have a workshop, City Council Chair to work with City Council Attorney on a policy to limit the number of workshop agenda items placed on the agenda, as well as limiting staff reports. And also, I believe, Mr. Chairman, I have to find out exactly where it is, but for the staff to come back, the administration to come back, to have a separate day for the staff reports. That was also another one of your motions. So, and I don't recall, I thought that was coming back on the same day. But just a reminder that that all dovetails into how you conduct your business, and that'll make a significant change. That being said, thank you.
Motion made by Councilman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Good?
Yeah, that's it.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have 3 items today. The first is, and I know this is short notice, but it's minor. I'd like to make a motion for December 15th under staff reports, and it can be a written report. Vic B-Day is familiar with this, and if he could just provide something that I could read publicly at the meeting, we don't need to have him present, regarding the traffic backup at Trader Joe's off Dale Mabry in South Tampa. We've all received a ton of complaints because it's seriously impeding traffic. And I've spoken to Vic about it, but I told the neighborhood that I would bring this up today. And if you could just give me a brief written report of what the city can or cannot do, and this would be staff reports. I'm happy if it's a written report, but I'll bring it up, for a few minutes and talk about it December 15th, next Thursday.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, second motion is Cleveland and Clark suffers from massive flooding when it rains. I mean, I have pictures here that are ridiculous. I know that the city owns property on the northwest corner of Cleveland and Clark. I believe the address is 125 South Clark Avenue. I don't know if there may be other lots, or it may be tied up in litigation, I don't know, regarding an estate about empty lots next door or nearby. I'd like to see if the city would consider, or is considering, can do anything about perhaps building a stormwater pond or something in that area. If we could have somebody from stormwater just discuss that. This is Cleveland and Clark. We own the lot, I believe, at 125 South Clark Avenue, February 1st under staff reports.
Second. Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Oh,
Is there any
excuse me,
opposed?
could we confirm that date, please, Madam Clerk?
February.
1st. It's short on staff reports, I checked. That's why I put it so far out.
I just want to make sure, because I think I have the 2nd, but I might be wrong. Thursday, the. What, you want February?
1st, February 1.
February 1.
Regular session?
Yep.
February 1 is a Wednesday.
What?
And
February
then-
2nd.
February 2nd?
Oh.
Did I read this
I
wrong?
have the first, I don't see the
They put 1st on the agenda?
Yeah, it's first on the calendar.
Is it really?
Yeah.
first.
Okay, so it is February 2nd? Is there,
Yes.
2nd is a Thursday? Okay, then February 2nd.
Thank you.
And, all right, do we vote?
Second. Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And then the final motion is, I'm sure you are aware of shooting on Main Street in Albany or right nearby. I believe there was a fatality. The reason I bring this up is I received a complaint from a property owner that had bullet holes in the windows on his building. But then also a Facebook post from Bay Cannon, the brewery right there on Main Street. They've announced that they're going to be closing their tasting room. They're not going to be offering sit-down service because of the recent gun violence on top of other issues that the community's been struggling with. And they're just going to be takeout or delivery and wholesale. So anyways, the retail operation is going to shut down that's open to the public because of the crime. I'd like somebody from TPD to come and discuss with us what is going on Main Street, as well as what has gone on Main Street, because this is not the first complaint we've received. I know this is in Councilmember Good's district. We split up right there, but this is a discussion that, you know, affects all of us. If I could have a representative from TPD come February 2nd under staff reports.
Second. Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
All right, and that's it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Carlson. Thank you very much. Motion received and filed.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. We're adjourned.